even have one light on. Alright. That one that I wanted to do. Hi, Jefford. Yeah, we're a little bit earlier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice. I thought I was late. I thought I was late. Hi, JJ. Yeah, I missed you. That's why. That's why I'm still here. Like, that's why I'm here so early, I guess. Holy. Hi, Lorenzo. Hello. Sorry. Sorry. What is this test? Alright, we should be... Okay. Hi, Lorenzo. I don't know why am I so early. I don't know. Sorry, I was like fixing stuff and then I thought like, oh, I'm in my brain. I was already like, oh my god, I'm so late. I should get things done. I should like, oh my god, let's do things. No, I have to do things. Well, then you're gonna be with me while I finish do some things that I forgot about before starting the stream. That's what happened. That's what happened. Hi, Ineto. Hello. I forgot. Did you see the last video that I made? The one that with the. First class, up in the sky. First class. Rising. You cannot hear the alert? How come? No, you can hear it. You can hear it, right? Rising, thank you so fucking much for the tier 3 for 21 months. Saturno, welcome back. I love the alert. Rising.
I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Saturno, thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, eh? Yes, as I was saying, when I say it's gonna be a cozy stream, I actually mean it's gonna be a cozy stream. Saturno, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Taja, hi. I don't know if you've seen the last video that I posted on YouTube. The one with the interview with Bash Bunny. Actually, Rising, I would love to have your insight on that one. I don't remember if you were there during the call with her, but we were talking about how to get like a tech job without having like a degree in tech. And that would be really, really cool to have your insight on that one. It would, like, I you know that I value that so much. Let me download this one and this one. By the way, we also got the okay from Mati. So I will be able to publish also her talk in the next future. Let me remove this. Remove. I need to put this other video here. If you need the link to it, you find it in my about page. Hi, Investopedia. Hi. Oli. Oi, Brian. Hi. Italian Tarzan. Hi. Hi, Italian Tarzan. Hi. I guess. Hello. Oh, about like a lot of people also ask me about the I don't like the light. I'm sorry. A lot of people ask me about the 2 years VOD video. It is not neither on YouTube nor on Twitch because there has been like issues with copyright. That's it. That's why you cannot find it. Thank you for liking my tattoo. By the way, I applied it to be the like an ambassador for the people that gave me the tattoos. So maybe soon we're gonna have like a link to have it like you know, cheaper. The sword is fading away. I know, but this is the one that are lasting the most. Like this one, it's almost completely gone. The one on the leg also, the one on the hand is gone already completely. ¿Cómo empezaste mi sábado? Actually, I'm like a lot of people. I realized that with what I do, a lot of people start to feel bad because they start to not bad, but in a bad way, but like they feel like, oh my gosh, she's doing so much. I should also be doing more. Like, look at her, she's achieving all of this shit. And then I feel bad because actually I am the worst person alive. Like I I am very bad, like at, you know, at being productive, and I need you to show. I need to show it to you. No, Pri, I cannot. If I remove them, and I cannot see shit. If they only knew how I spent my life. Exactly. Hi, Coppa. Hello. So I started to actually record a vlog or like how this today looked like for me, so I can show it to you. You know. You're like doing nothing, watching. Yeah, exactly. So I'm making like kind of like a, you know, a realistic vlog. I because we have to get rid of those like very, hi Zeko, we have to get rid of those like very unrelatable kind of vlogs, right? POV TikTok time, real vlog or vlog. Oh you god, look at you, I'm getting used to that. But we about the new video. Let me. Okay. New. No, add. No, command. Edit. New. Okay. That is the thing for the new video. That is the new video. So you can go check it out if you're looking for a job in how is it called? If you're looking for a job in tech and you don't have a degree in tech, you can go check that out. I think that she gives good insights. Can help with that, though Twitch chat's not the best place for it. No, I was thinking like in the comments about current job market too soon. It was in the live stream. Oh. Sandro!
Grew to live in fear, with no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Sandro, thank you so much for the 4 months. And not just for the 4 months. Thank you so much for the freaking support. Look at you. You have 15 this week. Rising, thank you for the 31 the other day. It was crazy, to be honest. I appreciate you very much. Can I get a job in tech if I don't have a degree and also I'm tech illiterate? Yes, if you're willing to learn more, of course. So did you do the check-in? Oh yeah, let's go check the check-in. Because, okay, regarding the check-in, we had a problem. Of course, we had a problem exactly in the time when I was not available, and not even Ank was available because it was away, right? So we had a problem there, but we decided that for everyone that checked in on the 2nd, you're gonna also have the 3rd and the 4th for free, you know? And if you didn't, I'm so sorry. But these are gonna be the rules for these months. And we're trying to, anyone that checked in the 1st got the 2nd. Oh, from the 1st. Okay, sorry. I thought it was from the 2nd. It's fine. If you want, we can go check this one. We can check a little bit here. Let me go here. Okay. November is gonna be an easy month. Fair. So we have Ashkelon, Hidden, Angelo, iCoffice. Wait. iCoffice. I never... You know that most of the times I remember people, right? I want to see what they wrote in chat. Oh, they got 2 timeouts. Oh my god. iCoffice actually has their messages in chat. Check in. Most of their messages are check in. That's it. That's sweet. That's sweet for your support. Should be working. You're missing the empty icons for November. Oh, I'm missing them? You sure? Let's go check them out. Oh yeah, I am. Maybe the name is wrong, Ank. Maybe the name is wrong. He's super nice. You can see what we wrote in, but yes, that I can see that you got 4 timeouts and more than 1,000 messages. Anyway, Angelo, iCoffice, Joseph, Lorenzo. Oh! The 2 Lorenzo are close. Let's go. Sorry, these are my little wins. Chezira, Metal Addict. Oh! Sandro, you were late today. AC. see, got it. Oh my god. Statua Meccanica. Oh, by the way, I also got this one with me today, which is a Toblerone gently given to me by Meccanica. That's what I'm saying, like a mod. Tell her something, Jalfor. She cannot ruin this for you. Anna, Dani, Henry, Marco, Elisa, Ricky, Euribor. We have so many people today because of that thing. Jake, Martin, Michele, Daniel, Arya, Enk. Arya and Enk close together. I named them all wrong. Oh shit. Thank you. Guzmo, Jalford, Eistenini, Lancia, Tershark, Maria Kego, Goldrake. Look at y'all. Look at you all. Holy. Oh. Enk and Arya are so close. Yes. Enk and Arya are close. Oh, by the way, Kami met Enk. The two enemies met each other. Oh my god. Who? Come for you. Come for it. Look at you with your founder's badge. That's so much. Oh my god, I appreciate you so much for that. I appreciate you for that. This has been a long time. 22 months?
I joined 1 month too late and skipped 1 month in between. But I'm gonna catch up, right?
Yeah, of course. JJ! Does this work on trains? What do you mean? When I get silly on a train? Jump! This is me generally concerned. Have you been here this long, Jump?
Let's get silly. Does this work on trains?
Wait, I haven't done neither the Twitter nor the Instagram post. Wait, I got distracted. Do we know... Javo, do we know each other for this long? Tell me that at least at the beginning you were not that active. Where? 18 months. I'm so confused. Chocolate, coffee, and cozy games today. Live now. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew you wanted me. Okay. What's up?
We must finish level 1.
Thank you for the 100 videos, Smith. I appreciate you. Nimbo! Hi, Nimbo. Chat, do you want to know something funny? One of my very first appearances on YouTube was not even on one of my videos. Was in one of Nimbo's video. Where he was making fun of my appearance. Because I looked way too much like Charlie D'Amelio. And right after he started showing boobas in the video. Like, not me, not my boobas. Not my boobas. But other, yes you wear. And yeah. That's what happened. There's like other women's boobas. Just a fun fact. So like someone texted me. I was like, are you the one in Nimbo's videos? Like, who the fuck is Nimbo? And then I met Nimbo. That's the one. Me completely clueless of the internet. Alessia, hi! How was the trip back home? How was it? I was exhausted yesterday. I was on another level of tired when I got home. I swear. But what did you do this week? Did you do something interesting? Claudia, you're working? Holy. Wait, I'm posting the thing on Instagram too? Oh, by the way, I'm having so much fun with the TikToks lately. So much fun. Milady. Oh, hell yeah. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. By the way, I'm posting. Okay, listen. We had our first introduction. You know, like before 2, it was no one knew that we were live. apart the really cool ones with the notification on. So let me do this. Listen, we have different points on this stream. I still don't know how to differentiate them among each other. Don't talk about Nimble unless you want to be in one of his videos. I'm already in one of his videos. My life is complete. I don't even need to leave anymore. I'm already in one of their videos. One most tiring week ever and the worst still has to come. Holy shit, Statua, what's going on? Anyway, we have a lot of like points here, but I don't even know what those points are for. So since you're all here, I'm gonna give you 100 points of very useless points right now, but you got them. I gave them to you. Enjoy. I mean, you can like get VIP. I could just think about it. Again, okay. Oh, you're Nimble, are you meowing it at me? Holy. Get your shit together, man. Hi, Paradox. Hello. Yes, I'm stretching. Oh. Yeah, you can spend them on the store, but there's nothing like, oh, you're also barking. Okay, that's kind of in your, I would say that it's in your, you know, character. Anyway, about today, what I want to do for today, what I was planning for today isn't at the day. I'm with the check-ins at the day. Gee, finally I'm at the check-ins at the day. What do you mean, Claudia? What do you mean? Okay, for today, what I was thinking is, we're gonna have like a chill day because I have to get used to like stream again from here. Sounds very weird, sounds very stupid, but I don't know. Because like on Sunday, oh yeah, careful with the train. On Sunday, I did the last stream from the kitchen. I was not even from here, right? So on Monday, we're starting back to work and study and all of that. But today, we're gonna chill a little bit. And also tomorrow. I do have to go to Portugal. I know that. I know. But we have to have our discussion first, all right? It's really sticky. Okay. No. This is gonna become very real, very fast. Okay, chat? Very real, very fast. So, and as I am very distracted. Like, no, this. I am very... My way of dealing with shit is like to get detached from it, alright? So, bear in mind this. What is gonna happen is... Joseph! Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. We got it! Thank you for the train. I appreciate
Welcome
you for
back home, smile.
Thank you. I appreciate you for it. Okay. I'm gonna say it fast. So we skip this part, alright? Fast. So the... Wait, I know those emotes, don't I? No. No, they look the same. But anyway, no, it's fine, Joseph. It's completely fine. My family and I received a not too good of news, and I'm not sharing on the social medias because I don't want the direct people that are involving like to know that I know, and it's a mess, all right? But we got not a too good news, and that's the reason why I don't feel like going away from my house for a little while. Because I want to be close to my parents and all of that. So I don't know if I'll go to Portugal. We'll see, okay? I know you do understand. I know you do understand. It's I will already be away for Milan Games Week at the end of November. And I think that we'll have to put a hold on the trips for a little bit. Yeah, I appreciate you for real. I know you do understand. I know you do understand. But I feel like I usually would have not said anything because I would just come to you. But I want to get closer to you, and I feel like I want to tell you all this. Wolfheart! We do? You can scream scam if you want to. Hello, Wolf! I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for that. Appreciate you for the 2 months. Welcome back. So like I am decently fine because I have my own way of dealing with this kind of things. But yeah, I feel like the next months will be a little bit difficult. This scam is motivated, so it's not a scam. No, but I still want to go. So maybe I'll still go. I don't want to tell you that I'm not going or that I'm going definitely. Like I just need to figure it out these things because we knew this one like 2 days ago. So it's we have to figure stuff out. I need to understand how they are feeling and all of that. But we will be at the end of November. We'll be all together, right? I will be at the Milan Games Week. If you're coming, I would be very, very happy to meet you. And I'll do my best to stream also from there. You know? I'll try my best to leave also for there. You're living in the past? What do you mean? What's happening? What? Kami, are you saying that you miss me so much that you're living back in our memories? Wait, a month of hospitalization? What happened, Wolf? Wolf, what's going on? Wolf, what happened? Wolf, what's going on? Are you good? Don't leave me hanging. What's happening? If you don't want to share, it's fine. Just tell me that you're fine now. What? No, Kami. Kami misses me. Oh, I need to show you a couple of videos. I'm slated for bariatric surgery burden. What? What? How did Kami and Ank go? Okay. At the beginning, I thought it was going to be way more difficult. Because, like, the first joke that Ank made, Kami was like, no. First reaction of Kami, like, Ank made, like, one of his, like, you know, kind of boobas jokes and something like that. Kami went, no. Holy, I was like, fuck, Kami. Sleeve gastrectomy per dimagrire. Oh, fuck! For real, Wolf? So then you're get better. You should rest, right? Holy. Well, you finally decided to show up. What do you mean? I was early today. I was early. Anyway, that was insane. So now Ank and Kami are best of friendly. No, I think that they still not best of friendly, but they're still who is? Oh yeah. Thank you, Ray. When are we going to meet Ank again? You two together makes me laugh a lot. Oh, definitely Milan. Definitely Milan. Month pre-hospitalization for preparation, soon they will operate me. Oh, you're not ready yet. Oh, I thought you had that operations already, Wolf. Well, congrats for getting the courage to do that. Really, really proud. If it's something that you want to do. What did I get on my neck? Your saw. I got your saw on my neck. But I need to show you some pictures. Wait, I have to scroll all the way up, but this is real content that we need to, what is this? Oh, this is not me. I have to save them. Shit, I have to save them before showing them. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Now it took this month to lose as much weight as possible. Alright. Alright. I wish I knew you wanted me. Okay, I have a couple of videos to show you. But first I need to save them. I have to save them somewhere. Otherwise it will be a pain. Kami. I call this Kami. Wait, holy? Okay. I wish I knew you wanted me, and wish I knew. I wish I... Hi Kenny, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I wish I knew you wanted me. Okay, we have a folder. Skip this file. We have a folder called Kami. Just for her. Let me put this one there. I don't want to share weird secrets that I don't have, but you never know. So I have to show you some stuff. I met I met Cami in these days. So we like, you know, sometimes when I start to have like too many interactions. Hi, agent. When I start to have too many interactions, I need to like to have some free time, or at least like to not talk to anyone. So we had a little bit of a TikTok session, Cami and I, and this is me and Cami looking at our doing TikToks together. This is my god complex. Apparently, I think that everyone is in love with me, but no friend. But the funniest one is this one. Cami said in that moment, I have no red flags. Cami was like, I have no red flags. 0. No, wait, that was the second one we did. Cami, I didn't send the other one? Cami, I did not send the right one. I didn't send the right one. Well, but still, I have this one. No one will ever take this one away from me. Me feeding Cami. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Cami. Oh, holy. And look at me right after eating the same burrito. Oh, hell yeah. I'm feeding Cami here. Clearly, you can see this is my hand and this is Cami's mouth. Ah, so romantic. Weren't we romantic? I feel like we were very romantic. We were extremely romantic. Very good memories. Very good memories. I'm sorry that I couldn't stream from CERN of Geneva, but that was the problem, like, of... First of all, it was pouring rain, so that was... The best one isn't there, the one where she says that she doesn't have any problems. Is that the one, Arya? I know, I don't know where it is. Oh, do you have another video? Oh, the smooch! Where is the smooch video? Oh, right. This one, no one saw it. Let me... Oh, there we go. Oh, I have... Oh my god, I forgot the 2 best... Arya, you're a genius. I forgot about the 2 best videos ever. So if you ever... You're like, oh, I want to go on a trip with you, G. You don't want to go on a trip with me. Look at me and Cami. Wait. Thank you, Arya. Thank you. This is me giving... Like I say, Arya texted me saying, give Cami a smooch from me. Alright? She sounds like my dad, like my grandfather. And then we have... okay, so Cami makes fun of me. But... Please, the reaction. But... Then right after, like, Cami always makes fun of me for my accent sometimes, and she says that I have a very strong Italian accent. And look at her, like, I had the proof of this. This one?
What do we need? Some space. Some space. Some space. Some space.
Did you hear it now? Did you hear the... That's my nose. That's a very close nose. Some space. Can we talk about that we need a space? Because, like, you know, like, she has this thing that she always puts in front of the words that starts with S, she puts an E. So sorry, this is... I had a lot of fun. I had so much fun. And I was hugging... yeah, I was hugging her, I was smooching Cami, and it was lovely. It was very lovely. Like, you really need space yet? No, I don't. It was lovely to be there. And I was sad that she didn't stay to sleep, you know? That was sad. That was something sad. But, what else? Oh yeah, I'm sad that I couldn't, like, stream from the Geneva, from the CERN. But we had, like, a lot of complication. There was not internet. Like, there was on the side, but it kept, like, switching off and on. That would have been a fucking mess for the stream. So, like, in the end, we didn't do that. But we took a vlog. Actually, Ank took it from the very beginning. So, in the end, like, he's gonna send it to me, too. And I'm gonna show it to you. But I'm gonna mute that. And I'm gonna do my voiceover on that. So, I'll tell you everything. You know? Yeah. Why is it weird to watch me with the lipstick on? When no, not today, because first Anx has to show it. Anx has to make it and show it, and then I will show it. You know. World's most high-tech events facility, no Wi-Fi. Yeah, there was, but it kept like switching off and on. Oh, that would have been a mess. Trust. Can we take an armor with you? Nah, she loved it. She just pretended she didn't like it. Spoilers for certain. How did you find it? It was so fucking cool. So we saw where the World Wide Web was created. We saw it from we saw the building where it was created. We saw the antimatter factory, which is where they create the antimatter. It's so fucking cool. They told us all about it, and it was really, really interesting. Then we talked about the acceleration, and yeah, I saw it on Instagram. What you saw on Instagram? About the antimatter factory? Yeah, it was really, really cool. Like, it is really interesting. What amazed me the most is like CERN is international territory, and it actually feels like that. How was Carlone as a guide? It was amazing. He was really good at explaining things for very dumb people like us. So it is like completely like when you enter into CERN, you actually feel like it is international territory. You actually feel it because like we were walking and we could hear like people from talking Spanish, people talking French, people talking German, people talking all the different languages. It was really, really cool. It was really, really cool. And then thinking about people that in there's some of the most brilliant minds in the world. Thinking that I am stepping where other people will be creating the coolest shit ever. I have to say, G stole my chocolates. I did not. How did I steal your chocolate? When did I steal? You wanted to steal my chocolate. Okay. Thing. Carlone brought us these to all of us, alright? He brought one for each one of us. And he had like 6 and we were 7. So he gave it to everyone apart from me, and I didn't want him to feel bad. So I didn't say anything, you know? I didn't say anything. I just like... Because I didn't want him to feel like, oh, I don't have one. So I said in silence. Cami looked at me and she was like, did you just steal mine? I was like, no, Cami, I'm just like looking at yours because I don't have mine. And she's like, no, you hid the yours. You hid in yours chocolate so you can take more chocolate. I was like, Cami, what the fuck? I did not steal chocolate. I'm not like 12 years old. I know. And she started like looking in my jacket, looking in my pockets, like, bro. What the fuck? I did not took yours, Cami. In the end, Carlo was like, oh yeah, I can also not have it. And I give you mine, Cami. So like, Cami, you got his and we just switched, you know? And yet you do have one now. What? Because of that. You believe Cami? Shut up! I don't like this song. Shit, that was loud. Holy, that was loud. Cami is so kind. I am not sure what Cami you met, but you know what? Maybe in the future, what we can do in the next days, something that I could be doing like as Irla is go out with my mom, and I take you with me and mom. But I have to tell you, she can be a pain. You believe Cami? Cami never lies to chat. Oh, hi, Carlo. We were just talking about you. So, like, in general, CERN was amazing. And I have... why don't I have a house of mine? Andrews, I've been trying to find an apartment in Verona and like areas that are around it. Right now, it's super difficult. Maybe in January, there will be more options, but I don't, like, as I was saying before from the conversation that we had, I don't know if it's the right time for me to get away from my parents, you know? I'm trying not to eat a whole box of cookies here. Watching you eat chocolate is painful. Just eat one cookie. It's fine. You know what you could do, Laddie? For each cookie you get, Drink a cup of water. I hope you can reconnect later. You're going to Patek Philippe? Okay, Carlos, send me a gift. Thank you. How expensive? They're very expensive. It was really, really cool. Yeah, no, Larry, I was doing the same for nachos. You know, I was going for like a bowl of nacho, like a small one, every cup of water. So you get filled, you know. What happened? Okay. Did Hank pay you all a dinner? No, he did not. He did not. Mario ate the cookies. Okay, so I left all the brownies and cookies to Carlos. So if he's still here, it means that he's still alive, you know? You know? Of course he didn't. Of course Hank didn't. Of course he did not. Especially not to me. I was the one paying most of the times. But then he paid me back with the PayPal. It's fine. I don't know. I studied data science in Paris. So, do you want to see? I requested some tattoos. I don't know if I'm going to get them, but do you want to see them? Let me see if I can find them. Well, I'm going to leave you like a surprise and tell you when I'll get them. So also we can do them together and I can also give you the discount. Makes sense, right? You promised to pay dinner? Yeah. What? You were serious for what? But otherwise, I was planning for today to play a little bit of Little Nightmares. If that's okay for you. I've been wanting to play that game. She invited me lunch though. Yeah, I paid you lunch, Cami. Of course. Alright, Cami's telling the right things. Thank you, Cami. Thank you. I'll say, yeah. Yes, I paid Cami's lunch at Sen because she came over there, you know. It was sad that she couldn't stay for dinner though. It was really sad that she couldn't stay for dinner. By the way, I was looking for like a game that I can play with the controller because I wanted to play something with the controller to stay like chilling on my chair. And I found Little Nightmares. What do you think about that one? Even though it's like more like Halloween-y kind of content, I still really, really like it. No, Sir Pierre. No, it is not. It's a fake one. So I was thinking about playing that later this afternoon. I played Little Nightmares 1 and I really, really liked it because it's not like I like the ones like I feel that it is an in between Monkey Island and I don't know what are those dash like I don't like the games where you either have to be extremely skilled in like moving. You know, like you have to jump and you have to try 3,000 times. But I also don't like the ones where I get stuck on something. I don't know what to do. Monkey Island is back. I'd love to play Monkey Island. I played Monkey Island 1, the very, very first release because I found like something online that could do it. And I did that one. So free on Game Pass. Is it? Monkey Island is free on Game. Is it Monkey Island 2? Or which one? Hi, Shorty. Hello. Monkey Island 2? We could do that. We could do that together. Have you ever played... Type 1 in chat if you played Monkey Island. 0 if you have never played Monkey Island. It's really hard. It's super hard. Okay. Not many played it. But do you know what it is? 6. Schneider, you're the smartest one. Have you ever played? No, have you ever like? Do you know what it is? So now type 0 if you don't know what Monkey Island is, and 1 if you know what Monkey Island is. I had a little nightmare. Yes, I had a little nightmare, and I'll tell you all about it. Okay. Okay, so if you don't know what Monkey Island is like, it's a puzzle game, all right? It's a very old puzzle game, like one of the very first one. Like if you know the saying, Polly wants a cracker, it comes from there. I remember playing the originals, exactly that one Rising I was playing, like the one that is super pixelated. It's a graphic adventure, so it's like, you find things in the world that you have to mix and put together. Oh my god. You have to find things in the word and like put them together and just develop the game. So like, and then there's like a puzzle game where you have to walk, where you don't have to walk. Like it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. It's super difficult. It takes you so much to do it. So something that we can do is that we could do that. What? We could do Monkey Island together. No spoilers. So like if you did it. Oh wait, Vic. Yeah, it is Vic. It is Venti. It is. By the way, hi Vic. Hi new chatter. How are you doing? So it's like we can do it together. No spoilers. So like you cannot say what is the exact solution, but you can help me out to get to it, you know? They liked it? Carlo, did they like it? They like the brownies? Holy. Polly wants a credit from the 1920s. It's not from Monkey Island? Polly wants a cracker is not from Monkey Island? It is not? Stop making fun of my Ollie. Stop making fun. Stop it. Yeah, it is a song, but I think that the song got it from Monkey Island, no? Wait. I remember there was something like this. Or what's the opposite? Wait. I remember it was something like that. Really? Where does the expression Polly wants a cracker comes from? Let's look at this one. Let's look at this. Where does the expression Polly wants a cracker come from? Why is the parrot named Polly and why doesn't she want seeds? I mean, while there's a numbers of sources to the origin of this phrase to R.L. Stevenson, the Treasure Land, or alternative to National Biscuit Company, which uses a popular slogan, neither of them appears to be the right one. As Jess McLeod has pointed out in another answer, Polly want a cracker can be verified to have been used even before these dates. The earliest entry in Google Books is from Boom Kuma, Flagstaff, and Independent Echo. The reference to what characters can be seen in the following excerpt. Yeah, sure, I'm gonna read that. A radio show named Away with Words has also attempted to trace the roots of the phrase. According to the host, their earliest reference from a following cartoon in another satirical magazine named Polly Want a Cracker? I don't understand. Connection between the use of crackers on ships. Oh my god. As long as in food and perhaps parrots being on board as well. Oh, I cannot read. Did you notice? I cannot read. On board as well. At any rate, they conclude that even in the internet, the parrots named Polly want cracker, and that the phrase might have been commonly used. Alright, so it's not from. I thought it was. No concrete proof. Alright, I didn't know. I was so sure about it. The C word, crackers? I got the seconds for 10 seconds and never reading about crackers. Thank you for appreciating my feature. Over and over again through time. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't know this. Alright. Nice. Okay, good to know. Thank you for educating me, chat. Always do this. Other games that I would love to play in the future with you, because I feel like they are smart games. New version Camera Hub is available. I don't need that. I think that some of these games can be very, very smart to play together. That's why you need us. Yes, I do need you. It could be like either Tropico. Those are the games that I do have on my... I don't have many games on my Steam library, but these are the ones that I like the most. And in the future, I'd love also to play with you. Where can I find it? Profile? Do I find it on Profile, my wish list? Inventory? I don't know where to find it. Well, I would love to get to play also Age of Empire 4 Civilization. No, I was thinking Tropico. Or I would also love to play. Oh, there we go. There's the wish list. Unpacking. I don't know if you've ever played it, but it sounds like it's relaxing. It's story rich. So maybe these nights, like since like we have the what about Unpacking? Since we have the front page, what about some nights we just play some games like this? We just put on our PJs and we play some games. What about it? Stardew Valley, I don't like it too much. It gives me like Animal Crossing vibes, and I hate to be like there to like build up and wait and like time. I am daughter of the new generation. I want instant gratification. Cult of the Lamb, really? I have it in my wish list, Stray, but I've never. Long live al presidente. That would be lovely, right? Unpacking super good for chilling. We could do that. We chill, we play some games. So November might be the gaming month. We might not have many interviews this month, but we can chill a little bit more. Can you play Cult of the Lamb with people in chat? You can, Jake? You can play with other people in chat? I've never played it. Oh, that would be lovely. We also have Minecraft that I haven't been playing for a long time, to be honest. A long time. I can create adepts from chat. I kind of love that. Oh, I kind of love that. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. You're still ready to just chill? Yeah, usually on Saturday. You know that I don't stream usually on Saturday, but restart the server. We could. It's not co-op. You just use people's names. Okay. I could play League. We can also play League. I can play any game you want me to. Like, I'm willing to try. Like, you know what? I've been like, if they don't cost too much, all right, I'm willing to try any. Like, you tell me which ones, and every night we try a new game. Would that be okay? Like, during the evenings during the week, we try something new. During the weeks we try something new, and then on the weekends we play the ones that we like the most. Does that work? So this is a way of like trying new things. Also, okay, I have to also suggest you this thing. I don't know how are you on podcasts. Actually, how are you with podcasts? Do you like podcasts? Do you like podcasts? Try Overwatch as a streamer. I will. With the game, you transform the CEO gang into a cult and we become your followers. It's super cool. Okay. Yeah, a lot. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna start on the 13th of November. We will have here Sun Sound, the guy that I was telling you about. That is deaf, but it's gonna help me out to make the. It's gonna help me out to make the podcast. So, and he's also willing to teach us about the sign language, the American Sign Language. So he's gonna teach me some sign language. We're gonna have like a challenge where I'll be talking to him without knowing anything. I'll talking to him like as we do in Italian and see what he can understand. And that, so we're planning to start a podcast, and the idea, it's not studying. He's gonna help me out with podcast. So what I was planning to do is, I hurt myself here. I don't know what happened, Ellie. I don't know what happened to my hand here. I don't know when did I hurt myself there. Books, movies, and shows, and I will miss during my life. So the idea is like, I want to make a Pomo podcast, right? So every podcast will have a topic. We will have the introduction, and then we will have 25 minutes of work, and then we will have, hi AC, I saw you are on the top leaderboard. And then we have, we're gonna have like 5 minutes of a break of me continuing about that topic, and then 25, and then 5, and then continuing like that, always about like a specific topic. And the idea is like, I first talk to you about the topic, so you can use it the next 25 minutes to like either journal about it, like think about it, or like you can work on your shit. and then you have 5 minutes when I tell you like how I solved this issue for myself, not being a kind of no type of therapist, like something like that. So I have different topics that if you want I can already tell you some, but I don't want to spoil them too much. But I'll tell you things that I thought about talking, because are things that I would love to keep track on, especially because I feel like they will be good, healthy for me too, you know. So I wrote down okay, I talked about, I would love to talk about death and apathy. So they're not gonna be super chilling, hey, it doesn't be like flowers and sun in the morning kind of topics. They're just chilling, like things that are like deep, I feel. And then I have ambition versus mental health, relationships, love, friends, and women, healthy habits, why healthy habits feel unhealthy, how to be introvert in a society of stars, idea of going out versus actually going out, new generation's attention span, and then am I dumb? From the too sensitive kid to the emotional unavailable one, broken relationships and parents relationship. And then I wrote something else here that I cannot, I don't understand. Am I dumb? Yes, next episode. So like I wanna yes. Why are you saying yes, stupid? So I wanna be talking about how these things are affecting me. Maybe they can help you out somehow. You know, they can, I don't know, maybe they can, it's gonna be more like me sharing my thoughts, and I hope they, like, I realize that whenever I talk about things that are a little bit deeper for me, many of you go like text me like, oh my god, I feel the same, like, so just I don't know, I feel like it could be interesting. So on the 13th we will have Gadget here on stream talking to us about like sign language and all of that. And then after that we're gonna start to work on this podcast thing. Which one do you like the most between these, or which one do you think I should also talk about? Do you have any ideas on this? Is there like a topic that you are feeling right now? Like if you had to do a podcast about something right now that you're struggling with right now, if you had to give like a title to your journal right now, what would it be? Ando, be careful. If I have an idea right here, go for it. I feel like you're feeling the emotional unavailability one. Okay, all right. Thank you, Arya. I don't know. I got out with these titles mostly because I was writing down, like, I was going to write down my journals, and then I realized that those were like topics that I would like to talk. No, it's fine. It's fine. Well, I see. I mean, one other thing would be, why do I get so involved in long distance relationships? Why am I avoiding a relationship in real life, you know? I swear to God. How to show emotions? Introvert dealing with things? Oh, hell yeah. Social boundaries and loneliness. Holy. If you have any of those ideas, DM me. No one want me. Shut up! Oh my God. I didn't say holy. I said holy. Fuck, I don't even realize. So, if I can suggest you something, do you know what seasonal depression is? Do you know what seasonal depression is? I can no longer control it, most probably. Do you know it? Yeah, alright. So, I don't know how you deal with it, but I usually struggle a lot with that. So, if you need any, like, I was listening to that podcast that is the one made by Emma Chamberlain, and I listened to that one while I was on the train. It's really, really nice. It's really, really nice. Like, if I can give you a tips just to read, like, to listen to that, it can be useful. Like, it was super nice. She was saying, like, during the seasonal depression, like seasonal depression means like usually during winter you get to be feeling a little bit more blue, a little bit down. Mostly because of like it's darker outside, so you're getting less vitamin D. And you also get to like be a little bit more lazy because it's cold outside, and you start to eat a little bit more heavy most of the times, and it's the best one for me. I agree. Yeah, it's really, really nice. So like I think that this is something that many people get to have. I don't even realize it. And she would say like most of the times during winter or autumn, I start to feel better about myself because it's because of melatonin, serotonin cycle alternation. There you go. She said like I feel better about myself because of like I'm not being productive enough. I'm not doing enough. And it's just about switching your mentality into being like, this is a period where I'm gonna take care of myself more than just giving myself too many goals, because I'm not gonna achieve them in the end, you know? It's really, really nice. It was a good point of view. So if you're struggling with that, I suggest you to check that podcast out. What else do I have to... What else? Do I have anything new to tell you? I don't remember. I'm not sure. Anyway, do you have something else that you want me to talk about? I don't remember if I have anything else. Oh, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. we have the movie night. So if you want to join us tomorrow night at what time? Sunday 6. Oh, we didn't say it. Did we do the event? No. Oh, we have to do the event also. Well, we're supposed to watch the movie and we voted on the server. And apparently we're going to be watching Grand Budapest Hotel because it's the one that got voted the most. I think you're still in time to vote if you want to. You can just go on the announcements on Discord. Yeah, no, we have to do that event. We definitely have to do it. Am I still live? I think so. It should be. So if you want to join us, you can. Definitely. And it's if you want to learn better English, if you want to get better to it, you know, you can join. All of our things that we do are just to get better in English. And this is going to be, we just watch a cool movie in English. And if you have any, like, you don't understand what they're saying in the movie, you can just ask. Phoenix Bane! Hi, Brian! Hi, Brian! Hi! We need agenda for all the events noted. I know. I usually do every month. I do the agenda for the next month, so we have all the things to do. But I forgot. I forgot about doing it. You know. What does my tattoo mean? Absolutely nothing. It's a fake one. No worries. I'm not. It's just a fake one. Budapest Hotel. Yeah, we're watching that one on the 6th. Unless I don't know, a lot of people start to vote for it. To vote for something else. Real tattoo when? I don't know. I don't know if I will ever have the strength to do it. Anyway, let me see if Little Nightmares is all enhanced edition. What did I get? Why do I have two things? Question chat. Why when I do play, it asks me if I wanted to play Nightmare 2 or if I want to play Enhanced Edition. Do you have any idea on this one? So need a reminder to remember the agenda of reminders. Too complex. I know. Just go default. Okay. No enhanced. We're playing the second one because I already played the first one. What happened? Oh, it's installing. Alright, okay. You were enjoying a deep subject talk? It's fine, we're gonna have a lot. We're gonna have it a lot. What there is, it's a Medusa. It's supposed to be a Medusa, but there has been some infrastructure problem there. That didn't, yeah. Enhance will make the PC lag, you think so? Oh, this is already making the PC lag, isn't it? Oh, Lee. Oh, fuck. Okay, give me a second because it's opening the other screen for some kind of reason. And I cannot see the chat. Nothing. I cannot see anything. If you want to go for a little bit of a meow bow situation, but... Hey, yo! Answer to me. I agree on everything. I agree on everything. Yes. What do you mean I don't agree? I agree. I agree. Oh, I have to scroll all the way down to then say agree? Okay. Until the ice is barely visible. Apply. Okay. This game is best infused with a controller. I have it. Just let me get into the settings and we can have it. Okay, settings. If I go windowed. Or... Oh no, I can go screen 2. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, let me close the window so we have a real experience of this one. Alright. What happened? Oh, Maze! Maze, hi! We're gonna be playing Little Nightmares. Oh. We should also, wait, let me turn also. I also want a candle. I feel like this game deserves like a candle vibes also, right? Let me turn it on. Hi! How can you not be cold? I'm not that cold. I'm not that cold. Wait, let me Halloween came light. No, not red lights. No red lights. Let me go get the lighter. Or do I have one here? No, I definitely do not. Be right back. The music. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Wait, no, the audio is dead just for a second. Chill. Mazi, if you're still in chat, how are you doing? Like, what are you up to today? If you are up to something. Let me see if this one still works. Okay. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I need to fix a little bit these things. Bet on the deaf? Oh, Lee. You could, if you wanna go for it, go. Where do I put this so you can see it? Let me put it. We're getting into what you see up here. We also have a little G. I wish I know you want. Look at the G. Isn't that cute? No, it's not horror, Zykos. It's not horror. It's like, how is this? If you have ever seen Enchanted, like anything from Miyazaki, I would say it has that kind of horror. It's not horror, but it's like Tim Burton's horror. You know, I don't like horror. Yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you, Jeffrey. It's not. It's like Tim Burton. Tim Burton is not horror, right? It's more like, I don't know, kind of creepy, and that's it. Alright. Very excited for this. New game. Unsettling, most probably. Yeah, I would say. Oh, empty one. Wait, let me just pick something on here. This one right here. I swear, if it was too horror, I would be very, very scared about it too. So we should be alright. Unsettle this. Shut up. Let me see if I can bring this here. Alright. Do you hear the music alright? Is the volume of everything alright? By the way, I'm generally digging these vibes. Like, it's 3 p.m. and I'm playing video games with y'all and we're chilling and for the ones that didn't see it, hug me chat out, Seikos! Are we discarded today? Okay. So if you've never seen, it doesn't seem Prato Fiorito. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Mazda, have you ever played this game? I really, really like the sceneries. Oh, I don't know how to jump apparently. Wait. I don't know his name. Wait, I don't remember how to run. Oh, this was to run. Okay. I remember. No, but you know what? I really, really like the graphics, and I like how it is a little bit of a puzzle, but not too much. Wait, how do I touch? How do I hold stuff? How do I hold RT and move L to drag? I am dragging it. Oh, down. Okay. I was saying that I really like this graphics, and it's not like too spooky, and there's enough puzzle, but not like you stop. First puzzle solved. Yeah, it's not like too much puzzle that you get stuck. You know, it's not like Monkey Island, as we were saying. So yeah, you see, like, these are the kind of horror that you see from this. You see, like, disgusting things mostly, more than anything else. You see, like, this is a bag full of dead bodies. It's not horror. It's like, you know, chilling vibes. You know, basic stuff, basic things that you will find on your date. Basic. Why I cannot even jump? Okay, sorry. I was saying that this is not a difficult game as the ones where you have to jump and be right on time, and you see, do you understand why I cannot do those games where it's difficult to jump and all of that? Because I would not be good at it, not at all. You played this. I swear, okay, I have to get used to this. Do we want to fall for this trap or not? What if we fell for this trap? No, no, oh, we died if we fell for the trap. Okay. I thought it could just fall. Let's wait. Do you want to do a dodge count? Do you want to do a dodge count? I wish I knew you wanted me. Wish I knew. Let's do a dodge count. Let me see how we can make it. We can make it with a tomato timer. So if we are here and I add the text, add existing Pomo counter, should be this one. Mods, you can write in here def. You know when you do it like with the dodge counter and you put that. I need to change that goal. No, we're cool on the 1K. We're good on the 1K. We're good on it. I know it's no, it's still like, what is the Portugal next to the at the end is like, it's the goal. If you want to help me out for Portugal, that would be lovely. Yeah, I'm still going because we already achieved the 1K, but if you want to still support that, you know. Okay, you can go for the Dutch count. So like Pomo Chi Dead counter 1. Oh, I misspelled it. I misspelled it. Okay, we got it. Let's make it smaller. Okay. Kinda, no, cause yes. Okay. We're chilling, yes. Okay, so we're skipping the trap. We understood that. I thought I could just fall down and we could have just, you know, moved on from that. Just. Progress, of course. Is it these ones are easy? You know, another game that I was thinking about playing. It was like have you ever played what's his name? Rabbits. The ones with the rabbits. What's the name of it? Rayman. Ray. Come on, walk out. Oh, there is. Oh. Woo! Run. Okay, we're not fast enough. Man, we have to be faster. We cannot just... That was not a run. Not Mario Rabbids, Rayman. Rayman was like a... Run! Faster! Holy, okay. Dash counter 2. Okay. Slay! Wait. We could do this. Look at this. We could... So you don't have to write every time dash counter. I don't want you to. I'm trying to make it easier for my mods, you know. I wish I knew you wanted me. Dash counter. Dash counter. Double point. Select font. I think that it's open sums. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Na na da na 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 do do do. I have myself in a bad habit. Oh, remember also to do the mood if you haven't. Remember to do the mood. Okay. Okay. Pomo counter can be just Pomochi 2. Alright. Oh no, but now it's so bad. Can you just... Fuck. Okay. Alright. Okay, nice. That looks good. That looks good enough for me. I plan a lot. How do we get up there? Oh, we go from up here, right? Oh. No. How do we... It is a blind run. I've never played this game before. What if we go from then up here? Oh, fair. I was thinking about how to get to that. Come on, Chibi. Perfect, right? What is the base the mod? Stenda, you can ask Kami. Never mind. Is a bit larger than what? Go on. Keep going. Okay, how do we get all the way there? I don't jump that high. Oh no, we do. Alright. Should we put it in the title? Blind... By the way, I love the... Ooh! Oh, I have to be fast. I love the vibes of this game. It gives me so much Tim Burton vibes. Okay, we're gonna die. Oh no, we're not gonna die. But how do we get all the way there? How do we get there? Oh, we dead? Okay, no, we die. We die if we do that. Okay. Never mind. How do we... Okay, there's a little bit of like... There's a cord on the side. Okay, we don't die like this. Okay. But what about now? Can we... Oh, we can. Can we? Yes, we can. What do you mean you knew it? Thank you, AC. I mean, I'm testing stuff, you know. Should I... Wait. Should I go for less death possible? I don't like you, Birdie. Okay, no, you're not doing anything. Oh! I got so scared. Do you understand why I cannot play horror movies? I get scared for these. I have to grab... Oh, ah! Oh. Uh-huh. Nice. Easy. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry if I scared you. Kav, you're super nice. Thank you for being here. You miss the Visage days? I don't. I really don't. Those were a lot of crying days. Oh. There's a trap there. I don't want to open that. Not this one either. Oh, don't fucking try it. Outfit, I know you want to scare me with that. And how am I... Can I go this way instead? Like, I'll see you on the other side. I'll go from here. No. Stop.
Кабас колбасит соло, колбасер по
I
пояс голый.
swear. Oh, what if I grab this one? Give me... Okay. And I'll put it in here. No. Grab it back and put it there. Oh. Oh, nice. Sniffa Arya? Are you sniffing Arya? Are you sniffing Arya? Why is everyone... Don't sniff Arya. What's going on? Arya, why are you getting sniffed? What did you do? Arya, what? I don't know. I feel like that's what you... Like, you started this, you know? Like, it's your fault. I'm gonna grab this stick because I feel like this stick is gonna be useful. Like, look at this thing. Ah. I knew it, you son of a bitch. I knew there was something. Oh, there's pine corn. That's corn. Alright. So I'm gonna walk here. No. Keep the pine corn. And there's one right there. Okay, let me just grab one more pine. Is it pine corn? Is that how you call it? Pine corn? Okay. I fucked up. I wanted that pine corn too. Just cone? I just send liquor to someone? Oh, okay. I just send liquor to someone? There is no music? Has it always been like this? Okay. There is no music. Pine cone. Something is gonna happen under this light. No? No. Alright. Music will come later? Okay. Good music. Why is all of this trouble? So, like, we are in this forest. Well, we are in this forest where there's a lot of, like, dead bodies. Let me grab this. You never know. It might be helpful. There's like a lot of dead bodies in this place, and a lot of traps that maybe a human put there, you know? Yeah, let me see what there is on the other side. I feel like we got to the house of the human. What does he have on the table? Maybe we're not supposed to do that much sound. What did we find? Oh, just stuff. Oh, I don't want the door to close. Wait, now you don't hear any alerts, or do we? Sì, la mia persona italiana, ciao. Let me check if there is something else here before going there. I mean, no, let's go there. No alerts now. Holy. My enemies will be humans. I think that now I put the audio way too low. Now it should be alright, right? Stop with the Oli. Now I put everything so I can hear everything as you do. So if there are alerts, I hear them as loud as you do. This should be better. I first want to see what there is upstairs before going downstairs. Right? When there are these games, I never know. I never know if I should continue or like if I should go this road or the other road, you know. Let me. Okay. Let's go this way first. Oh, look at that. Huh? Can we wear it? Can we? I keep, of course. What? Oh wait, let me see his face. Okay. Do you also want a boot or something? Oh, we're just making a mess here. All right. There are a lot of things to be found. All right. Wait, we could have. No. So you already played this one, Jake? I have to find all the hats, so then we missed many.
Hi.
Wait, I can talk.
Hi.
Hey. Open this. Open! Oh, no, never mind. He doesn't want to open this. Okay, this way we cannot go. This is the first one? Okay. How many of you played this game already? Type 1 in chat if you already played it and 0 if you haven't. Oh, can we get this? Okay. I have to be honest, but I watched gameplays. This doesn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, this is not a creepy game. Let me try to throw this ball to the... Where did you go? There you are. No. You have to aim... Okay. No. Wrong game. I don't even know if this works, but I just... Bro, what is that throw? Get the knife, can I? It was not moving. Oh, it is. Oh. So should I get the thing that is on the floor? No. Oh, I just broke it and that's it. I tried. Yeah, there are 2 holes. How would you open a wood? It's not wood. Like the... Wait, can I... What can I do from here? Oh, fair! I can actually... Let's see if I can call him. You're right, Nokas. Hey! Oi! Hey! Yeah, you can give me hints. Just don't tell me exactly what to do. You know? I mean, what there is on the other side. Is there something that we can use on the other side? Oh, this one looks handy. This one definitely looks handy. Get it. Let's go. Bundy! Talk to him. Oh, Kami, they were saying, Kami, but listen, the game is good. The game is good, not me. I mean, I would not be like... Bro, you're dying right now. Oh, no. Hey, hey, yo! Wait, let me try to see. I want to play this one too. Oh, just put it right. Fuck this. Is there something we can take up here? I don't think so, right? Oh, don't die, please. Okay, fajnie jest to joke. Wait, I wanna hide, like, because right now I can see if a message get. Okay, I wanna delete like the messages. Okay, I'm gonna keep so I don't see what the mods delete. So if someone deletes, if someone says like a direct spoiler of what I have to do, you can delete it if you want. I'm gonna keep the... Wait, was it going upstairs? Let's go. Wait, let's try to break some stuff. No, not that one though. Did he go upstairs? What if we break? No, I wanna break the ball. Never mind, it's definitely not. Yeah, I'm gonna chase the guy, but first I wanna see what there is up here. I don't wanna miss out on anything, you know? After, like, then you start complaining about me missing on stuff. I cannot jump up there. We realized that. Shut up, you're tonto. Like, you see all these things? I feel like we should be able to take something or do something, right? No, we cannot. No, we cannot. Stop it! Stop giving me tonta! Stop telling me tonta. Let's follow the guy. Jump. Let's go. Go. Oh. I mean, I don't feel like this guy actually wants to run away from us since like he waits for us to follow them. Oh! Oh, I jumped up there. Hello. Hi. Tonta means Dumbo in Italian. You will ban the tonta? Kami. Don't be mean. No, no, no. We're friendly. We're friendly. We're the same. Look at us. We are the same. We can jump together. Yes. Yes, I'm coming to help you. Yes. How do I... Okay. Alright. Oh, we got a shoe. That's fine, Cape. Oh, this is gonna be a hat? I know we are going upstairs. I just want to see if I can get something else, little boy. I want a new hat, you know? I don't want to miss out on hats. Why would I wear a shoe? I don't know. Wait, okay. Climb up. Let's climb up. Let's move. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Come with me. Oh, here we're definitely finding like a mask or something, for sure. Right? I want a mask. Give me a mask. Never mind. No, no. Hi, Kauzerino. Hello. Alright. I already know. Help me out. Help me out, man. Do it. Do it with me. Come on. Okay, good. It's cool to have a friend in this situation, by the way. Okay, there's a key up there. That is connected to cables. Okay, we need some kind of like a... can we open this? We cannot open this. Oh yeah, tell me if there is a collectible. That is for sure. I want to know if there is a collectible. Collectibles are fine. They're not part of the story, right? You can continue even if there's... Okay, we're gonna... No collectible here. Okay, thank you. Like, tell me only if I'm skipping one, alright? Tell me only if I'm skipping one. Okay, we need like a key for that thing, right? Let's see where we can find it. Maybe jumping from here? Wait, tell me. Oh, you can actually help me out? Oh, sorry, I didn't think you could actually help me out. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. Hey, alright. Okay, stupid. I'm stupid. Do it again. Alright. Oh, that is a collectible. That is a hat. I want that hat. Hi, Mahmoud. I want that hat. Give me the hat. Give me the hat. No, it is not. Alright. I cannot have it. It's sad. Keep going. Okay. I do indeed need that. Fuck, Strauss. I do need this. Please don't wake up when I take it, alright? Don't wake up when I take it. Okay. Ew. Okay, let's get it. Okay, let's go. Hi, Kateri. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Hi, friend. Oh, maybe I should have like... Oh, he does it for me. Nice, thank you. Oh, thank you. Now there. Continue. Oh, do you need help? Or what is it? Oh, do you need me to like step on this? Like walk on this? Oh, alright. Okay, never mind, never mind. Wait, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. Okay. Look, no. Wait, stay on it, stay on it. And... Jump! No, 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 no. Jump! I'm so bad with these. Jump. Okay, up, up, up. Why you... Don't, no, you're leaving yourself. Wait, you see, you're not... You're supposed to, like... Jump. Good. No! You're so... Oh, okay, we did the right thing. Okay, we got a key. We have to open the one downstairs. Thank you, chat, thank you. You see, when I was telling you that I cannot do those games where you you jump and you do... Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Yeah, that, like Assassin's Creed. I would be so bad on Assassin's Creed, right? Oh, there's a trap right there. Just don't get that one. Okay, apparently there were no traps over there. But let me... Can we... Oh, we cannot take that. I would love to go inspect places, but I'm so scared of, like, traps that will make me die, you know? Assassin's Creed requires a lot of skills for me. Okay, we cannot go there. Okay, we found out we cannot go there. Go. Ah, okay, let's push it together. Let's push it. Let's go. Nice to have a friend. You just hold and go forward? I don't think so. It's too quiet? Is the game too quiet? Oh, no. Okay, you mean this is too quiet. Giulia, I live in Italy. Verona, where do you live? Hi, Giovanni. By the way, nice name, Giulia. Oh, okay, thank you for telling me. Oh, Giuliano. Oh, sorry, Giuliano. Holy fuck. Okay. How is the... Tell me now that there should be like a lot of volume. How is the sound of the game for you now? I feel like we should not be under the light. Or maybe we should be as farther away as we can from him. Okay, we're running. We're not running. Fuck. Okay, how are we supposed to do? Because I feel like if we go under the light... New friends. Let's counter 5 already. Okay. Let's think about it. Okay. Where shall we go? What if we go behind the table? Yeah. Okay, we cannot go behind the table. Holy fuck, no. Piece of shit. Okay. Crouch and stay hidden in the shadows. Alright. Oh. Okay, this was easier than what I thought. But how do we get out? Go, 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 go. Okay, 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 okay. Run, 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 run. But I feel like now we have to run. From the music, we have to run. Run, 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 run. No, 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 no. Holy fuck. Ah! Oh, how am I dead? Wait. Oh, I cannot be. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. We run behind the things. Right under. Okay, 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 okay. Run, 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 run behind here. Holy fuck. Ah! How did he kill me? Oh my god. We're already 7. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm very... Okay, okay, okay. Let me focus. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go! Oh my god. So close, so close, so close, so close. Aimbot. I agree, I agree. Oh my god, 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 oh my god! Huh? How? This is sus! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Come on, shoot! Okay, 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 run, 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 run. Woo! Okay, 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 okay. Woo! How did I die again? Okay, wait, wait. Wait, let me focus. Run! Okay, okay, we stay here. First one easy. Then we run behind this one. I'm not so good at with the joypad. Alright, right, here. Alright, right. Here. Leave, please. I'm just a little rock. Nothing is happening. No, 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 no. Where are you going? Where are you going? What? What is that hand? What is that hand for? Is it to say that we have to go? Where are we going? Behind him? Let's go in the shadows. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got it. Stay in behind him. Don't. How did he find me? Don't! Cheater for what? I'm so fucking scared. I don't even see myself. You cannot see me. I guess we have to stay behind him. We assume he's a he. Sorry for misgendering you, Mr. Killer. Sorry about that. Stay down. Let's keep walking though. Come on, let's go. Continue. Stop. Why run when you can slowly crawl? Yes, but we are slowly. getting out of this. Slowly, we're getting out of this. Okay, when the light is on us, we're not moving. But when the light is not, we get away. Let's run! No! No, I was so close! I was so close! I was so close! Oh my god, we're getting... Oh my god. Oh! Fuck! Gabo! Gabo!
Fear, Bruno stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
I know I am very bad. Gabo, thank you so much. You heard the alert? Most probably. Gabo, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you still. Ditch. Okay. Okay, wait. Now the light is gonna come to us, right? Now he's gonna turn to us. Okay. When he looks there, we go. Okay, let's go, 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 my brother. Let's go, my brother. Let's run! Run in the hole! Oh my god. Oh. Oof, oof. Oh, alright, alright, alright. Woo! Am I dead again? No, 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 right? No, no, no. How do I... Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I still would love to, like, I know that for sure. Oh, my hand, I've been like, oh, I was holding that too much. Yeah, sorry, Kodpa. I feel like behind this game, there's like a lot of like thoughts behind it. I just don't know what there is, you know, like, let's go. Like, I would love to know more about the thoughts that there are behind it. Okay, let's run and jump. That was not what you should be doing. Okay, what are you I'm gonna look at the little guy and see what he is suggesting me to do. What? How should we? I know that we have to use like something like this paw. No, 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 no! He's gonna push me? What do you mean he's gonna push me? Alright, I don't know how to... What am I supposed to do? Help me out, bro! Oh, maybe this one. Ah, this one maybe. Okay, now you do the same. Now you do the same from the other side. Bro, don't... I need your help now. Ah. Okay. I need... How do you expect... Does it actually think that I can... Oh, it can. Oh, nice. Good job. Stop, chat. Tonti. Are you keeping telling yourself Tonti? No, it's fine, JJ. It's fine for a little spam since there is nothing else. That's fine. Tonti. Giving each other Tonti. Oh! Not again. Not again. Hat, hat, hat. Where, hat? Hat, where? Oh, up there. I see it. I see it. I want the hat. I want the hat. How do we get that hat? Never mind. Not this way. How do we get that? Oh, we go up here? Okay. And then we jump on it. No, we don't. Give me the hat. How do I break you? Ah. Nice. Nice. I still like my hat better, but... Tonti means Dumbo. Tonti means Dumbo in Italian. Nice. It's holding hands! Oh my god, the sweetest thing in this situation. Alright. I feel like we have to hide behind this. I got scared in real life. Holy. Okay, I'm gonna follow what you do. Why you're not scaring the freaking bird and I do? Okay. Woo! Run, run, run! Behind this? I knew it. I knew you piece of dumb. Ah! Oh my god. Go. Oh. Oh, let's stay there. Let's stay here. Let's stay here. Okay, we have to do the same as we did before, right? The pressure behind this game. Oh yeah. Yes, I know. You're almost dying. I'll let you go first, my friend, because I feel like you're better than me. No, you're not. Oh, he is. Okay, oh, I just follow this guy. Go on. Go on, I trust you. Oh, should we go on the land? No, no land. Oh yeah, then. Okay. Bro, are you sure you want to do that? Okay. Oh, not this time. Are you? I know, you're... No! Don't die! Don't die! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Stupid birds. But why? Okay, so he just wants to kill us. Why does he want to kill us though? I would like to know the story behind this guy. Behind this one? Ah, I know you already, my man. I know you already. Easy. Why did I fall? Oh. Oh, are we gonna shoot him? Are we gonna shoot him? I guess. Oh. Is this what you actually hear? When you shoot? So freaking cool. This game is so well made, shit. Oh, Sissien! Fuck! Fuck! Sissien! Sissien, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, but shit! There could have not been like a worse timing. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, Sissien. Oh, look at us. Going on a field trip. I didn't even get some water with me. Maybe I should get it later. Titanic vibes. There was enough space for both of them. But wait, 15 as a Dutch counter? That's a little bit depressing, to be honest. Wait, let me fix the number alignment that I really cannot look at. Okay. It's better right now, right? Alright. Yes, a little bit better. It's a good game. It really is. So there was room. You had to break the tension. Thank you. Holy. Oh, there's a bottle. I thought it was like a message in the bottle. This is such a well-made game. I swear. It feels like watching a movie. I would like to be able to talk to the other guy. Oh, I can talk to him. I can do psst. Hi, Pidgemone. Where are we going? The music. The sounds. Alright. We got to a city. They're falling? Inception. It's a beautiful game. Venice at night, that's how you see it when you're drunk, Jake. Nobody wants to kill me there? For sure, Struts. Sure. Hi, Yeti. There's subtitles? Oh, there are subtitles because I have it with OBS. I'm trying to have it like a good thing with the subtitles. I don't know how like reliable they are. Wait. Come with me. Bro, you're coming. You are coming. Let's go. You're not fucking leaving me here alone. I'm not doing this by myself. Let's go check that TV. Alright? Come with me. Who the fuck is that? Hi, best friendo. Listen, I have no idea what happened. I should still be alright. I hope so. Just wait there a second. I want to see what there is there. Is there stuff that we can do here? Like walking up this cable? No? Alright. Let's just get through the doors. There's nothing, okay. I also have to collect strangers. Alright. Nothing about this TV then. Let's get. Let's go. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Thank you. Let's go. We're doing this together. Are we gonna be like 3,000 people by the end of the game? That would be so lovely to create like a full like was it like a Mario game where you had to do that? A full chain of what? I'm not gonna walk under that shit. There is a shoe there to keep in mind. Oh. Oh. You okay? Okay. There's a toilet paper here. I'll wait to say get ready to shit your pants. Let's see if there is something else that we can check out. For back here. I would love to find like another hut. Let's go through it. Are you writing down the things that I remember? Thank you. More shoes got away down here. I should take a closer look at my surroundings. Here? Or back there? Back there, you meant? Was there like a new hat that I didn't get? Come on. Come on! It's an easy jump. Why you cannot do it? Okay. There is no hat, right? There's a shoe. There you go. There's your shoe. Is there a hat? Hi, Polpette. Is there a hat? What is this? Hat comes later. Okay, then. Is that an open window, by the way? No, I don't know. I have much help. So then, Jake, why should I look a bit more at my surroundings? You trolled me right there. You good? Okay. Oh, you're 20 seconds delayed? Are you from the phone? Okay, so the other was a place where everyone was trapped, and this is a place where everyone get like, you see, disintegrated like this. Like they get completely lost. Dead. Wait, am I dying? Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. I missed it. Do it again. Okay. All right. Ah. You dumbos. Wait, how do we... Yeah, I know. How do I get you? Yeah, let me get you. I know. Let me try it. I know. No. Oh my god, that was a bad idea. That was so bad idea. Okay. do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. Okay, I understood. I have to like... I know! No. Go back on it. Oh shit, now I have to... I know! I know! No, 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 don't jump down. Why do you jump down? I know! How do I get you though? I understand. No! Fuck, I have to do it again. Fuck. Oh, I can... I heard it! I came in like a wrecking ball. Never had so hard in love. Na 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 like you up. Hard it was. Break. Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking, how can I... Okay, I think... Okay. Oh, you're up. Good job. Oh my god, you're so good. Yes. Oh, you're all the way out there? I'm coming, I'm coming. Am I gonna trust you again? Yes. No! How can I trust you? I cannot jump that much. I cannot jump. You jump. No, you. Shit, how do I... Oh, wait, I should have run! No, don't count. This doesn't count. I was supposed to run. No, that doesn't count. I didn't press the button while I was thinking about it. Never mind! How is this? Bro, how can we cannot make it? Don't scam me. No, hey, un bel par di ciccioli. I cannot make it. Oh my god, I trusted you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness. This was difficult. Who the fuck? What are these people, by the way? No! No, again! I have to run again. Shit. Okay, let me get fast. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god, I was pressing the wrong button. I made it. Wait. How did I not jump on the TV? Wait, where is the TV? Is it here, right? At this level. Here. Do you want to do it first? Do you want to go first? Wait! How do I miss it? How do I miss the easiest jump ever? My god. No! Holy fuck! No, I swear I'm not doing it on purpose. Look. Okay, now I'm... Wait. Now I'm focused. No. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Okay. Oh my... Okay. Okay, this we know. This we know. How the fuck do we get to the TV? Why I cannot get to the TV? It should be easy jump. Why are we dying so much where we didn't before? I feel like it should be more here because... No! No! I grabbed onto it! Okay. Wait. Oh, we're back here. Am I sure that is the way? Should be, right? Okay, should be, right? There's no other way. There's no other way apart from that one. Now you're making me wonder. Is it not? I swear if it's not, no, that is the only way. There's two other ways? Shut up. I can go right? Shut up. Shut up. Just walk. Just stupid walk. I'm not gonna try to jump again. Ah. Let's get away from here. It's TikTok. Rising! Rising! I have to turn off the TV. Rising! What the fuck? Let me turn off the TV. Turn it off. 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 I don't know how to turn it off. How do we turn the transmission? L to turn the transmission. Sandal, don't spam, don't spam, don't spam, don't spam. Sandal, if you don't want to get banned, don't spam. How the fuck? Okay. Oh. We're finally in TV. Wait, this is the thing that we saw at the beginning, isn't it? Where's our friend? Oh, there we go. That's how our friend. What the fuck is happening? No worries, crap, no worries. I'm confused of what is happening. Unless it's like something fun, but that is not fun. Wait. So what did we do? We just turn off the TV? What the fuck? Is our enemy the TV? What is it? Confused. It's a heavy-handed theme that TV and constant distractions are breaking brains. 26? Did we die 26 times? How do we... Oh, we're supposed to get out of from here. How? Wait, we have to pull it. We have to pull it. Come here, man. I need you for this. Come here. Hey, come here. Hey, what? No, hey, you come. Help me. Should I pass from behind? Wait, how? Are you gonna help me? Oh, I'm following you. Yeah, but where are we going? How? Oh, we can climb it? No, we cannot climb it. What? Push it? Yeah, but it's not... Come here. Ah! No, it is not. Can I jump on your head? How? Can we maybe get this thing to do something? No, we cannot get this thing to do anything. Push it. Oh! I see what you're saying. Oh, video! Video! Chat, video. We have video. Let's, sorry, let me take this video and then we can continue. Say hi! You're there. You're in my video. Okay. Should we push it this way? You're not gonna help? Alright, don't help then. This way? Do you wanna help me this way? No, don't help me. That's fine. Don't. Stupid. Come here. No, don't answer. Hey, just help me out. I'm trying to push it. Oh, what if I go from the... I'm trying. Okay, we tried to push it this way. Oh, finally you're helping out. Oh, finally he's helping out. Okay, thank you. Let's go. I wish I know you wanted me. I wish I know. Hey. Come. Holy fuck, is this a school? By the way, Rising, thank you for the 500 biddies. That was really not needed. BFA, I stream in English because like when I started streaming I was working in English and I was studying in English, so it came kind of natural, you know. Let's go up from there. Now every mode has to have a Christmas appearance? I don't think so. Why should it? Let's go. Oh, I should do go? Wait, I should make a go? Alright. Hey. This is worse than FIFA. It dribbles. It pushes the ball. It goes in the ball. But she has another shot. It gets it. And nothing happens. And nothing fucking happens. And nothing happens. Hat and shadow. Hat. Oh, there's a hat and a shadow? Yeah, we should explore a little bit more here. Ah! You wanna play with me? No, push me. Push me. No, no, hey, fuck you. Okay, maybe. Get up here. Get up there, okay? No, stay up there. Okay. You're dumb. You're definitely dumb. I swear. You love the chilling, relaxing vibes even though the game is the opposite? Nah, the game is kind of chill. We have to find a hat. Maybe inside here. Oh, jump on here. Jump up. I hate that it wants me to jump as it wants me to. Wait, what are you doing? Ah! There was a shadow there. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. What the fuck? And then there is a hat somewhere. There is a hat. On the other side, most probably here, right? I found that shadow not even thinking about it. Is there a hat somewhere? Hat is nearby. Nearby the shadow? Oh, you want me to take away the trash from here? What are you doing? I see you're going there, but what? Why? And especially why I cannot? Blind? Am I blind? I don't see. I don't see a hat. Is this a hat? Bexy, hi! I had water. Wait, what's going on? Wait, are you that bored that you're. What the. I need a little bit more brightness. In the game? Or are you saying here? There's a light bulb up there. In the game. Okay, wait, let me fix that in the game. Ah, yes, definitely I need more brightness. Okay, let's continue. Where are you going? Hi. Bro! Yeah. Can I use the Antalena? I'm not sure. I thought so, but in the end, like, it was not. Like, I can. Now I can see that I'm going the wrong direction. Huh? Why the fuck? Wait, chat, are you seeing the hat? And I'm the only one that is not seeing the hat? Wait, I see that you're doing something. I don't understand. What are you doing, though? Cold? Oh, wait. Wait, why are you sitting there? This is so confusing. What? Cold. Okay, so it has to be here. Is it under the... Open the backpack. I don't know. Is the book the hat? That is cold as fuck. No, Spale. You're supposed to hear it in the... Go to the stairs. There's a hat in the stairs? Wait, I swear, if you're telling me that I have to go climb this shit, I know that I have to climb this. I know that I have to climb this. I know it. Don't tell me that I have to go up here. I knew it. I thought it was like something up in here. It's not there. I see the hat. It's a ball. Is the ball the hat? Are you telling me that the ball is the hat? The ball is a hat? I saw it since the very beginning. I didn't think it was going to be I didn't think it was going to be a freaking hat. How is this a hat? How is that a hat? Is that on me? It's on the freaking...
Колбасит соло, колбасер по пояс голый.
I swear. I swear this... What the fuck is this? What the heck is this? Nimbo is crying because SQC took his girl. I don't believe Nimbo having a girl. At least I did not die, but it took me like half an hour. Let's move on. Okay. What is wrong with this trash can? Oh, wait, now we are in a school, I guess. Is there this door open? Holy fuck, this is creepy. I feel like we're gonna need this glass, maybe? No? We don't? Okay, at least we know that there's stuff that we can use, I guess. Oh? What? Why are you crouching? What there is? Is there a reason why you're crouching, or it's just too... No, 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 don't close the door, don't close, keep it open, keep it open. Let's go. Can we push this? No. No, I wanna try to open the... No, okay. Okay, we're jumping up. Don't really... Oh. Oh, so I think that we have to throw something at it, right? We have to throw something at that painting. Like... what about this? Oh, the ball. Well, actually, there's a huge ball in the middle. So might be this one. No, no, don't... Oh, you're grabbing also something? Grab something. Get something. Get it. Get it. It's fine. Do you want to get that one and I get this one? Or was it a suggestion that I should take one of those? I'm gonna first believe myself. Hi, Franklin. I'm gonna first believe in myself and then I'm gonna maybe trust you, little boy. Do they even have names? You see, always believe in yourself. Hey, bro. Oh, okay. Oh! Come here! Come here! Oh my god! Nice. Wait, there's something in there? Is there something here? No. I'm definitely gonna need water for sure. Really soon. Come. Hey. Come on. My god, I got so fucking scared. By the way, it's so much better with the controller because you get to have like it vibrates when something happens, you know. Ding dong. Wait. Oh fuck! I should. I'm just gonna crouch. He's not crouching. Oh! What the heck? I don't really like this school, to be honest. Another ball. Woo! You piece of shit. I swear. Ha! Fuck you. Give me this ball. Thank you. No, 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 don't throw it away. Throw it under. I feel like it's gonna be useful. No, no, take it. Get fucked. When will I finish the Apollo Lego? I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna go back to Turin, to be honest. I have the Milan Games Week coming up. Did I don't... Was I the only one seeing like a shadow? Oh, when there is these things, I feel like I have to hide behind these. Woo! I'm getting scared. Is that another me? But first I want to go see what there is here. What is that? I trusted myself. Which one was it? Can you go first? Go walk. Wait, maybe I was supposed to go through the other door, you know? Maybe I was supposed to go on the other door. Let me see. Because there's also something to do here, but I don't know which one is. Ah! Why is everything attempting to my life? Oh my god. Still safer than the average Italian school? No, that was not a death one. Hey, so you deleted everything. You deleted the counter. You thought I was going to die, right? You thought I was going to die. Ah! You see this? You see this freaking piece of shit? Ah, it's not actually. Ah! Woo! I was so sure it was going to be that one. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's find something. Oh, that we cannot get something. Can I get this book? Can I get you up there? You go first. Wait, where did it... Oh, I could also just jump, you know? Wait! Okay. Okay, I got it. I promise you I got it. And then I crouch. Ha! Fuck you. Alright. Okay, we can jump over it. Yes. Yeah, you do as if you did everything, right? That's... What? Well, thank you so much for the 7 months. Oh, that's year 2. Well, thank you so much for the 7 months on tier 2. Appreciate you very much. Very much. I actually realized that I forgot to add something here.
It looks like a lamp falling on you. And this is
Wait.
the great start of our 7th month. Yeah, Can't wait to see what's in for the future.
Thank you. I appreciate you for being here. I need to put this one here, and I also need to put this one here. Okay, let me go get myself water, because I am very much in need of water. I am dehydrated like a little plant. I'll be right back. Give me the sec. I actually forgot that I had the candle open. That the candle's still on. Maybe I should. A little bit, otherwise it's too much. Awkward silence? What happened? What happened in chat? Okay, yeah, I'm also getting a little bit more chocolate for this. I really like this game. Do you know what percentage we are of the game? Hi, Arlo! G and PJ at 4:30? Yes. To be honest, I actually... Let me do a part of the vlog that I'm doing, like how my relay, like my... Okay, we are ready. Okay, do you see this? This is definitely gonna be a trap. I know you see it. I know you see it, chat. Right there. Oh, it is not. It is not. Never mind. Never mind. More chocolate. It's always the ones that you do not expect to be. They're... What do you mean embarrassing? Is he puking? The candle that was on was a Yankee candle. By the way, Christmas is coming. So if you want to help me out to make the stream more Christmassy, if you care about it, there is the wish list. And I found like a Christmas candle that smells like Christmas. No idea what that means. It smells like unhappy family, parents complaining about your future, and grandparents asking you of your husband. What the fuck? No, 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 no! Not my friend! Not my friend! Bro, you see that? Did you see that hammer? We're gonna smash their heads. Look at us smashing their heads. Let's get this. Come here! Oh, okay, okay, I messed it up. I messed up. I didn't know you were going to be stuck. Anonymous to Julie. Wait, why did you gift me? Appreciate you! Anonymous, thank you for gifting me one. Appreciate you for it. Okay. Let's... Okay. By the way, do you think that it's... Oh, come here. Wait. Ah, I know! Oh, wait! Oh, I was supposed to not do any sound. I was supposed to not do any sound. Okay. I tried to kill it too many times and now I get... Fucking die. Piece of trash. You got my friend and now you're gonna pay for it. I had one friend. You're coming too. Be ready. I don't... Oh! I got it! I know what I have to do now. I know what I have to do. I know. AC, thank you for keeping count of the how many times I died, but... You... Dead. But about your friend, look at how I'm killing your friend. Look at it. Look at it. Oh. No! No! Was actually okay. Okay, no. How do I want to pass with also the hammer. I want to pass with also the hammer. I have a bet. Listen, it's more difficult than what you think. How do I get by with also the hammer? Hi, Cecile. I just let him trigger the trap. You're right. You're right. You're right. Bro. Hello. Hi. Get fucked. That was a close. I was going to get... Imagine if I trigger another one. No. No. No, no, no. Get hit. Get the hammer. And let's keep walking. It's really important. Ah, we cannot keep it with us. Okay. Alright, that death was completely useless. That death was completely useless. What there is behind that? No, I wanted to open you actually. I need that. I need that Fionda. How do you call that? How do you call the thing that... Does it have a... Sting... No. Slingshot. Slingshot. Okay, we need a key. Is there anything that we can... Toilet paper, we don't need it. There's a spoon. Catapult? Can it be called catapult? Alright. I hear something on the right. Yes, I do hear something on the right. I should have brought that shotgun from earlier, right? I can't... What? Is that the teacher? Alright. I don't have my friend telling me what to do. I used to have my friend like telling me where to go. You could not have seen me. How the fuck did you see me? How did you see me? That's impossible. How did she see me? Turn around. Is she gonna turn around now? Yes. Round 2! I'm gonna like this part. Are you saying that I'm gonna get fucking scared? Is that what you're saying? Ciao, Fossa. I had to get food. What did I miss? I died a couple of more times. I just died a couple of more times. It's normal. Wait. Or are you saying, round 2, are you saying that I'm gonna like it because it's related to school? And that's study time? Okay, I feel like we have to open this one. No. We don't. Never mind. Do we have to create like a stairs with these? No. Oh, there's a key up there. Do we just scroll up? No, 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 no! Okay, how do I not die? How to not die here? Okay, wait, if they see me, they start following me. What if I go here and I make them... Okay, let's try. I guess we're gonna try it out now. Yes. No, 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 no! Go there! Go! We were so fucking close. We were so close. Okay. They have to be the ones that killed it, right? Okay, let's do it again. Hello. Oh, hi. Oh, they found me. They're gonna go there because they have to bring the library down, you know? They have to bring that down. Or should I just... Does that make sense? Or should I just go faster? No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. You see, I have... Wait, let me think. Because if I run here... Wait, does it start falling only? Does it start jump? No, I cannot! Okay. What do you mean jump? 40! Did we die 40 times now? So wait, if I get... What if I go here? No. Ah. Oh, now I have to hide. Now I have to hide. What the fuck? Okay. Holy fucking hell. Nice posture. Okay, we have the key. Oh. No, wait. No, bro, wait, don't. What? Oh, shit. What the fuck? This is the worst moment ever. What the fuck? I appreciate you so much for the gifted one. I am kind of struggling right now. Can you please turn around and go to the other side? Poor kids. By the way, Guaro, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you, but holy shit. Go away, lady. Okay. This way? No, there's just a wall there. No! That's study time stream. Cha-cha, hi! No sound alerts? Wait, you don't have sound alerts? What do you mean you don't have sound alerts? Well, you do have alerts, right? Holy fuck. Alerts are fine, right? Kinda look like my elementary school teacher. Like my math teacher. She looked like this. No, you cannot see me! No! I was hidden! Oh my god. Ah! I'm so tired! Okay. Let's get more serious. KDA 342. When did I kill someone? Let's go. Let's go. Should we just walk behind her? Maybe I'm not gonna walk where she's not walking. You know? Oh, so is that like tattoo real? Not really. I'm gonna, in the next days, I'm gonna give you like a code so you can get a discount to have like the same ones. Not the same tattoos. Okay, she's... Son of a bitch. Where did I get stuck? Am I still there? What the fuck, man? Keep walking. Oh my fucking god. I cannot see where she's looking though now. Where is she? Go? Should I just run? I don't know where she's looking, you know. You see? I don't know! Ah! Get fucked! Get fucked! Stupid. Oh, right. Holy. Oh, play. Hey, go. Ah. Fuck you, kids. Sorry. There's a fork up there. Do we need this fork? No, we don't. Is there another teacher? Oh no. No more teachers. Ah. Oh, it's not. Wait! Is this... Is this from... You admire how composed I am? Hey! No! Well, we're friends! Bro! Oh, you're not. Wait, he look... Doesn't this kid looks like the ones that are like... You remember? The ones from the first one. We need that tube, I know. Get fucked. Stupid. Get fucked. Take the cup? Which one? His cup? Wait, he had... Oh! That... Wait, no. Move it. That cup. Okay. You're right. Do you remember in the first... Can I? No, I cannot take it. I cannot take the cap. I cannot take it. You see, I cannot take it. There's no cap. Is there? There is no caps. There's no cap to take. Okay, let's continue. I am too violent? What do you mean I'm too violent? Okay. We're leaving this one here, I guess. Oh, those ones. No. Here's a cap. Can we? No, we cannot. Okay, we tried it 2 times and it did not work. Yeah, gnomes, they're called. Are they called gnomes for like, if you play the first one? They were the cutest kids with these things on, right? Wait, jump. What is that? Oh. No. Holy shit. No. So should I move when she... Should I move when she goes down? Holy fuck. What happened? Rising, that was you? It was not hair? Fucking shit, I'm shitting my pants right here. Can you please stop? Holy. Where do I go? Oh, up here. Ah! I guess not like that though. Suicide. Okay, we have to go run. Yee! Okay. Shit! Stop it! The sound alerts are killing me, please. Okay, done. You don't hear them? What do you mean you don't hear them? Okay. Stay hidden there while I fix the... Why you don't hear that? I am freaking hearing them. Very well. Very, very well. Fuck. Should be alright now. Oh, no. Let's start from checkpoint. What the heck? You hear the alerts a little low? Lucky you. Lucky you. No! But, it's right there! Okay, I thought it was on the other... Okay. Never, no, yeah, I found out, yeah. Fuck, I died 44 times.
Bruh.
What? Meta. Now you heard it, right? Thank you. Why am I even telling you thank you for freaking scaring me? Yeah, I know. I found out that I have this problem right now. Like I don't realize like the space. Now they work also for you. Nice. All right. The space. Yes, I don't realize the space. Okay. Wait, let me... Okay, now I see the rampa. Okay. Shit! Who the fuck? Aiti, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the 5 months with the Prime. I appreciate you. I was like, who the fuck farted in the game? Aiti, thank you so much for the many...
Watching.
Stop watching to you. I was like, did the teacher just fart? What the heck? Shit. How did she... No, she did not hear it. She did not hear it while we're living, so... Am I gonna die? No. Nice. Nice. Alright. Dej, no, I don't know Dej. No Dej for now. Very soon though, because I see... Okay, I have to get off from here. Is she coming? No, right? Just leave me alone for a little bit. Leave me alone. Oh, I see stairs over there. No, go up. Go up. Go up the stairs. Oh, no, we have to move them? Alright. Wait, where do we... We moved it over there. Wait, can we... Cecile, behave. Okay, and now jump, and now jump. All right. Holy fuck! No, let's be friends. Fuck. No, okay, wait. Fucking hell, Guaro. Fucking hell. Let me get it. Ah! Wait, you see, like, I'm trying... Okay, let's go up, and then we go around. Oh, my nose is... Okay. Nothing, Guaro. Nothing happened. No, that's my worst enemy. The jump on the other side. Okay. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. Ooh. On this other side. Then we go down, I think. No, stop it. Stop it. Go up. Go up. Okay. Then we jump. No, maybe not now. My heart was scared too, to be honest. Okay. Are we good? Why are we following her? Like, should we follow her? No. Should we go where she came from? I guess no. What? Okay. Okay. Where are we going? You're having too much fun. Wait, can we maybe jump on that? No. How? Where do we go now? I did not fight. Shut up, Cecil. I swear. Did you? Oh wait, are these? No, these are not stairs, right? Where shall we go? I'm gonna see someone. It's pushing harder? No. Where? Shall we climb something? What though? Maybe from here or something? Like, if we had to climb, maybe there's something this way? No, there's not. Hi, Noah! Oh, good. What about you? Where are we supposed to go, chat? Like, I would go where she came from, but there's nothing happening when we go here. See, like, we get stuck. Wait, where? I'm stuck. Okay. Oh, jump up here and then on the... You think? How? That's not how it... Window over bookshelf. That one. How do we get there, though? Oh, wait. Can we maybe... Oh, wait. I think I understand. Can we throw this one? Yes, we can pull this one. There we go. Hi, Dominic. That's the one. That's what we have to do. Follow the wolves. Why are we going where she's coming though? Where she went? I see bad things happening. Okay, we need a key, so let's see if there is something here, maybe. No, maybe it's too much, no. Yeah, I also wonder how our friend is doing. I was so much better when he was with us. Oh, I got so scared by the leaves shadow. Okay, we have chess pieces here. Can we like put them together? Like, can we do this one? Oh, alright. No! Keep it up! Put it back up! No! We did something good! Alright. Now I need you to like push it. Push it. No? Can we just... Alright. Never mind. Do it again. Did you go next? Okay. Okay, there's something to do there. Let's see what there is on the other side so we know if this is the way to go or if there is something else. By the way, can you play Visage with a joypad also or not? Oh, there's a shadow, yes. But is it like if I don't collect the shadows, I don't win? Or is it like the shadows are like the collectibles? No, we cannot push that one. We need ink. We don't need fucking shit. Let's start there. Okay, go. Can we get this? No, okay. Let's go see. Collect, you suppose. Ready? Okay. Oh, do we have to like play chess? Do we have to make it like... My fucking god! What a... Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god. Holy fucking hell. I got scared. I swear. Shaved 5 years off G's life? Yes, you did. Get it. Oh my god, what I swear. Oh, so shall we have it like we kill him? Like, okay, not on this one. What about on this one? Not on this one. What about on this one? No. What about on the other one? Yeah, we have to do like a... I'm missing... Anonymous! Anonymous, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you for the gifted one. What the heck? What is that for, Anonymous? Thank you so much for it. Holy. I have to take the king one. I think that I have like... Let me get this one. I think that I have to like do as a chessmate or something. So like... If this one was here... Oh no, wait. I know, no. We get this one so we have one more. We can put it here so I can jump on the table. And I can get the queen. Right? So now, for now we have... No, is this the queen or the king? Let's put the queen here. So the queen is doing check this way. He should be doing check. Oh no, on no, wait. No, it should be not like this. It should be up here. So this is like a... That's the king? Which one? This one is the king? Oh, this one is the king? Okay, so let me put the king over here. I just gave myself a checkmate. No, I'm just trying to give it to the black one. So here, I put this one here. Because this one has to do check this way. The tower has to do check this way. And we're missing one. Where do we find the other one? The other one was... This one was a black one, right? Yeah. Can I grab you? No, I cannot. Thank you, Christian. Are we missing one? Where is the next one? Should I switch the queen with the... We don't have the queen. This is the king, isn't it? We just said that this is the king. Let's see up here, maybe. The eye is following me? Oh, wait. Okay, so we have to put that one there, that one there. Oh, wait, didn't we do it? Oh, no. This one has to... Oh, I have to push them that way. I have to push them that way. I have to push them like that. Okay. So the ones that are in front... This one should be alright. Then we have this one that we have to... Oh, wait. Push it. Oh, we cannot push them. Can we push them? No, 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 don't take it away. Put it back. Put it back. No! Take it, and put it back there. Can we push them? No, we cannot push them. Just switch them? Wait, let me go back to see it. So I think that the only one that we don't miss is the one down here, right? So we want that one to be the king, that one to be the tower. Okay, I got it. Okay. Wait, I'm lost again. Look at that. Okay, yes, the king here. King goes right here. Tower goes here, if I'm not wrong. Bob, shut up. Let me play. Pain. And this one goes over there. That's the only one that was not needed. Like here. Oh, we turned on the light. Nice. What did we open? What did we open? Did we open the door downstairs already? Like this? No, right? No, we need No, we need the key. I think that a key appeared there and I didn't see it. Let me go back up. Even though I heard something unlocking. Hey, jump. Checkmating the king every angle wouldn't be cooler. Yeah, right? Ah! I know. Okay, it's right there, isn't it? Is it? No. Wait, what? Look at the surroundings. Yeah. It's right in front of my eyes most of the times. Did I miss it? What? Center? Where? Why am I so blind? Why am I so blind all the time? Oh wait, maybe. Wait. Can I just use the tower to jump on the table? Never mind. Ah! I see. Okay. There we go. Is that a dog peeing? You couldn't see the table? What do you mean you couldn't see? Oh, because I'm in front of it. And then the aim of this game is to get, like, to go through it. It's like a puzzle game, kind of adventure, where you have to do things. Alright, we got this. You can see my legs when I'm on this side. I'm sorry. Should I, like... well, in any case, wherever I put myself, I'm gonna hide something, right? Holy fuck, this is creepy. Is this like the canteen, like where they eat? It's gonna be... Rising! How do you enjoy so much of me shitting my pants? Fuck! Is this pepper? Oh, are they gonna eat my friend? Is that... oh, I'm gonna destroy you with that mistro. No! No! Fuck, you distracted me because of the fart. I got distracted because of a fart. I swear. The fart gave us away. Yes! Shut up. We farted and that fart got us away. You heard me farting? Shut up. I have to be faster. Ah! What do you mean? Am I supposed to use something else? Did we have date death on fart death? We have so many deaths. Like, I don't know if it makes sense to keep updating that. I should stop eating beans. You should stop eating poop. You Dumbo. Let me get the pepper. I feel like I'm gonna need the pepper. Okay. No. Just throw it on the other side. Never mind. I don't need the pepper. Or maybe I don't have to go down. Ah! Kick! Fuck it! No, I was trying to go for a Tekken kind of style, but it didn't work. You can cook poop meals? What? Non fai il vicino, vai a giocare con i figli dei vicini, il figlio dei vicini. I know that's a TikTok. How do we... wait, because like we need to be faster than that, but how do we get to be faster? I'm so not... okay, I have to jump down there. Sorry mods for having you keep counting on me keep dying. But wait, in a little while I'm gonna get myself some like something to eat because I'm starving. Wait, okay. We walk, we get it. And then we kill him. Stupid. And then we kill you too. No! No! How? What was that aim? What was that aim? Rising, I swear. You say hello, motherfucker, to the freaking guy killing me? Holy fuck. Okay, get this. And then fucking kill him. And then we run. And then we run. And then we killed him. Ah! No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. This is too difficult. This is way too difficult. Okay, we jump, we get this, we kill you. And then we go to this guy and we kill this guy too. No! I have to wait for it. I have to wait. It has to stop and then he jumps and then, oh my god, it's so difficult. You know that there's people that willingly play those kind of games where you have to like jump and then, what's the name of that? You know the one where, the Jump King or something? You know the Jump King where like, the one where like it's no! Okay. Oh my god, no! No, I was so close! Odin Raven, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. You cannot make me die, but I appreciate you for the sub. Welcome in. Sorry, I go for stress claps. I appreciate you for it. I appreciate you. Holy fuck. You die. Wait for you jumping. Okay, then we wait for you jumping. Okay, and then we wait for you. Die. Someone else? Anyone else? Someone else wants to fight me? Come on, I'm ready. Come, where am I supposed to go? Holy. Oh! Bad idea! Bad idea! My fucking god, that was a bad idea. And I couldn't go back. No! Oh, then thank you so much again for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Thanks to your sub, now you will not be receiving ads that will scare you more than what farts, more than how farts scares me. Okay, I'm gonna hold this spoon. I thought it. No! How can it be so difficult? How can it be so fucking difficult for no reason? Ah! I know! Now I understand why, you know, there's the guys that break the pads playing FIFA. I understand it. You die, and then I have to, like... No! Fucking die. I forgot about that one. I forgot there was 4. I forgot there were 4. Okay. Now we're gonna be focusing on it, okay? We focus. We go slowly. Don't you feel fuck? How do we... How? Are you saying I should go without the spoon? I cannot go without the spoon. What? How am I supposed to go without the spoon? How am I supposed to go without the spoon? How am I spoonless? I have no defense without spoon. Run as fast as you can. I try it. Think, Jeet. Okay. Okay, how am I... Okay, you jump down. Okay. Okay, this hat looks like... Oh, wait, I can hold... What if I... Is that a hat? Hold on. Hold on. Are they gonna think that I'm one of them? Yeah, nothing to look at, nothing here. I'm just one of you. No, 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 why did you push me? Don't push me. We're friends. Aren't we? Oh, yeah, crazy. Oh no, what is happening? Don't look suspicious. Don't be 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 suspicious. Don't, no! Did you just fucking kill me like that? Okay, okay, okay. Stop farting! Stop farting! Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Stop! They're actually farting. You don't even need to do the sounds of the fart, you know? What, that was not you? Yeah, that was you. Let me wait here. Alright. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Well, stop farting. Don't be suspicious. Don't. What are they doing to her? What are... Kinda look like my school, to be fair. Don't... I know what is gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna go from the wall. don't kill me if you can, please. Alright, alright. Oh my god, I don't have the mask anymore. I don't have the mask anymore. Oh, I have the bow again. Alright. Can we just press the button? That would have been so easy. Okay. Oh, starting to feel hungry, chat. Okay. We jump up here. Then we jump up there. Easy. Who are these people? I have no idea. These are kids. Why do we have this? Don't know. Just making a mess. Or were we supposed to maybe do that? Ah, no. We are going up here. Here. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. This is my... Jump and grab. Okay. Jump and grab. This most stressful part of the game. Where are we going? Oh, on that. Oh, fuck again. Jump and grab. Oh my god. Okay. The lore? I don't think that there is lore. There is there? Oh, look at the brain. What's your brain, chat? Shall we break it? Just go down. Nice. What did we do? Oh, we needed the brain? What did we need the brain for? Oh, to throw it to the button. To throw it to the button. Nice. There is? I wish I knew more about the entire, like, philosophy behind the game. Oh, okay. Okay. Are those frogs? Okay. To use our brains as balls, you have to have a brain before me using it, you know. Don't turn around. Okay, I know I have to go down there. I know I have to hide down here. Because now she's gonna turn around. Yes, I did, Henry. I did. You see? I knew it. Now we go under the next one. Okay. Okay, let's go. Come on. Just... Okay. Fuck button. Hey! Stop it! You're choosing, honestly, the worst moments to make me fart. To make the person fart. Oh! Okay, we fucked up. We were not supposed to do any sound and we did it. Oh, run. No, go the other way. Hey, you're never catching us. You're stupid. Alright. She stopped. Okay. Maybe we're supposed to, like, go up here? Oh, from here. No. Okay, again. I'm running the other way. Get fucked. I'm not dying again. Not again. Okay. She wanted to be friends? No. Go behind before. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay, we need to get up here. And then we walk behind all of these jars while she's looking at other stuff. Hey, go. Okay, we stay behind these jars. She's never gonna find us. Okay. Let's go. Hey. Let's go. Hey. Let's go. Hey. No! My god, not when I have to jump. Not farts when I have to jump, please. Okay, wait, go. Fuck! I missed the jump! I'm very bad at jumping. I'm sorry. I'm bad at jumping. I don't do it on purpose. I'm just bad at jumping. I made it through all the way there, and I'm still bad at jumping. Fuck. Ah. Oh my god. Controls are deliberately a little bit sluggish. Yes, I figured. Okay, now we do it again. Hide. Okay. Now we do it running, okay? Alright. Oh, she will not know. Fuck. Where are we hiding? No! You stupid! What were you hiding? Oh my god. That was so close. The point is, like, fun fact, I have problems jumping. Oh, in real life, don't push that down. Don't push that down, thank you. That would have been a smart move, but not for now. It does look like a Tim Burton movie, doesn't it? Where am I hiding? Where am I hiding? Where am I hiding? Under here. Go out there! Go out there! Oh my god! Where are we hiding? I'm tired of dying. Don't push the stuff down. I'm tired of dying. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Where are we going? We're going here, right? No, go up! Okay, where are we hiding, chat? Where the fuck should I go hiding? Where am I going? I'm tired. I did that jump so many times. I'm so tired. Where am I hiding? Go hide somewhere here. Like, behind the door? No. Shh. Okay. Behind the door? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe I should like drop a... Like, you see that I can drop them? Maybe I should drop one of them. Fuck. Go! Ah! Holy! I get so... Like, I'm not good with the... I'm focusing. Fuck, this is difficult. Okay, I'm focusing. Please, young lady. You see, I have struggles in like... Hi, Coffees, by the way. Hello. Go. Alright. I do have struggles. Okay, now we run. And we hide behind the door. Run! How can it be so difficult for no reason? No, bitch! Just run. Let's do this way. Hi, Uncle John. Hello. I hope you find it interesting because I'm getting frustrated. How can it be? I just entered the game. How can you be already angry? Chill. How can you already be angry? I just got into the game. God. This looks fun. It doesn't. It's triggering me. Please tell me that we're like almost at the end of the game. Fucking hell. Okay. What if we threw something? Maybe she's not supposed to see me jumping. I agree, but Okay, so should I throw something on the floor before getting there? Like, what if I push this one? Push it. Push it. What if I push this one? Holy shit, no. Maybe the small bottle. Maybe the small bottle. She should hear me? Stop. That was a bad idea? I think so. Perfect plan. Approaching 69 death. Oh my god, I'm doing everything on purpose just so we can stay on 69 death. You know? Okay, wait. No! 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 How? My god! Yeah! I was just saying, it's not one of those games where you get stuck on one point, you know? You don't get stuck anywhere in no level. If someone did it, can you please just tell me what do I have to do? I'll give you the chance to like just spoil. Just give me the spoil, please. For real, Copium. Just die? What do you mean just die? No! Don't touch that freaking brain. Oh, climb the library, but wait before. Oh, Damian, thank you. Appreciate you. No! No! How did no? Bullshit game. I was saying that it's a nice game. It's really nice. Fuck this game. No, no, stop. Stop. Trying to... Stupid game. Next time I'll play Fortnite. Yeah, Jar doesn't hide me. Yes, I found out. I realized. Because it don't do any shadow, right? No, 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 I'm not dying again. No, I'm not. Okay, we got. But you see, as soon as I get there, she starts getting to me, you know? Oh my god, I'm so tired of this. Patience. I'm gonna wait then. I'm gonna wait behind this one, alright? I'm gonna wait behind here. She goes for the round. I'm just gonna wait here. Cecile, thank you for the wolf. I'll take that as an encouragement. Oh my god. Also, the fart is a very good encouragement. Thank you, Guero. Now you cannot see me, old witch. I barely see myself. Patience is the essence. Fuck. Just go away. Oh, because in any case, she was going to go there. Bruh. Should I go now? No, right? She has to go there. But this way she also... She's gonna see me if we go. Okay, no, I was supposed to go there then. Okay, I understood. Now she's gonna come back here. Now she's gonna come back here, and then I'm gonna jump again. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh. Okay. No, you see, she can see me! I'm starting to wonder about my existence. I don't really know why am I alive. What am I doing with this? How many times did I die in this level? Many. Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. Ah! doing it! Hi, Gray. I'm tired. I'm very, very tired. And like... No! Why are you already following me? Stop! Get wrecked. Right? Get wrecked. Nice. Now I can only succeed now. Please shut me, Matur. You called it nice. We are the nice number. Look at you. Be ready because we could also... No, no, no! No, you're dumb. You're dumb. You're definitely dumb. Visualize the exit. I am visualizing the exit. Quaro, I swear. Why are you playing the Reaper? I'm not dead yet. We are at the... I need you, chat. I need you to believe in me because I generally do not believe in myself right now. Okay, once we go there, she's gonna see us, but once we're here, you know, like once we go behind here. And now she goes there, right? We should be okay. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Just go away. Don't go away. Go away. Don't see me. I am hidden. I'm not moving. I am very much in silence. I'm holding super hard the hidden command. No, not now. I'm not jumping now. I'm waiting. When she goes there. No, don't come over here. When she goes there, I'm gonna jump. Okay, like now. Alright. Oh, fuck. Yes. Oh, yes. This is the power of 69 that give me. We made it! We made it! We made it! Okay, I need a snack. I need a snack. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna get a snack and I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. Oh my goodness. What if the old lady were to enter this room while G is in the other... Oh my goodness. I got sad early, by the way. Yeah, everyone. Get yourself... Whenever I get snacks and drinks, also do the same. I got taralli tradizionali. One away from. What? These are taralli. Ready for an ASMR. It is not cookie, it's actually salty. It's like a breadstick, but in but like with that shape, with a different shape. Go on. Very good. What are we mouth for? What are we? Okay. Not in this way, okay. Descende tutto. Hi, Mickey. Oh no. Okay. Un poco. I'm ready. Hey Ahmed, I'm ready. Nope. Oh! You son of a bitch. I'm sorry. I forgot there was this thing. I forgot there was this thing. Ah! I thought it was going to kill that. No, never mind. Never. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Okay. Fuck! Okay. Okay. I knew it. Knew it. Ah! No, I should not use the hammer. I should just walk there. I should just walk here. I was... I hate this game. No! This is how we get to 169, most probably. Okay, how did I not die there? I don't know. No! Oh my god, I thought it was gonna... Okay, die, you fucking bitch. Holy. There's gonna be for sure another one. Okay, maybe not. Here for sure. I'm so fucking scared. I'm waiting for you. Here. Die. Not falling for this shit anymore. Me and my bullhead. I see you there. Oh, I see you also. What are you doing? No! This part is hard. Fuck. Okay, let me get another tarallo. Vale. Come at me. No! How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Okay. Die. I have to wait for them to like do the little jump. And this one, I have to wait here. Get out. Get out. Come on, get out. Okay. Oh my god, I was turning the wrong way. Oh my god, I thought it was not gonna work. Here we die because there is one of these things that is gonna... For sure. Look at that. Look at that one. You see that one? I knew it! I knew it and still I stepped on it. I knew it and it's on me. I'm the stupid one. I am the problem. I am the problem. Like, there's no questions to ask. Like, I am the one that... Is that my friend? Oh, bitches, you're coming down. I'm killing y'all. Get ready. No! That was not fast enough. Friend, that you're coming back. Are we filming in my butt? Do I keep my friend if I do this? Did I kill you? Hello? Oh. Oh! Hippie! Hippie, thank you so much for the 6 months. You're coming at the right time when we actually got reunited with our friend. Finally! Oh my god, let me hold your hand. Oh, I'm so happy to have you back. I felt so lonely.
Hello.
Hello. I felt so lonely and I'm very, very happy to have you back. It was really, really scary. And it's gonna be still scary because we still have shit to go through. Why are the sinks so up and the urinal so low? Some because of like everything is like how they're supposed to look like. Might be wrong, but aren't the urinals supposed to be at the height of like, you know, and the sinks to the height of your, and no? Yeah, genitals are lower than the hands, right? What? Yeah, what are we doing? What? Not holding hands. No, we have to... Oh my god. We have to push this... Oh. Alright. Wait, 79 or 80? Genitals are lower than hands. Wisdom, yes. I was so scared he was going to fall down, by the way. So scared about that. Just come back. 80 in a minute? Oh my god. No. Can we go up? No! Ah! Oh, you go up there. Oh, we're breaking the floor. Okay, I got it. We are, right? No, continue. There we go. Again? No, why are you touching it? Oh, because we have to go down with it, right? Jump! Oh. What's up? Hey, yo? Hi. Who are you? Oh, come in. No, don't hold hands. Alright. Okay. Yeah, this game is actually a masterpiece. Wait. Oh, there's a tube. I see that. I see that. Let's get down. We go in the shadow. No. Oh, good friend of mine. Oh my god, I love him. How do we open the door now? Oh. Wait, we can actually push it up, both of us. Let's do it. Do it. Hollow Knight, I've never. Come. Come on. Hey. Wait, we're not supposed to go this way? Wait. Carlo, hi. Ti seguono quando stavi facendo. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Carlo. Okay. Where are you going, friend? No, no, no. Don't suicide. Don't. What? What are you doing? What did you do? Bro, what the fuck did you do? Wait, should I kill my friend too? What the heck? Kill him. Never mind, we're gonna... What the heck? Bro, that's not cool to do. Can you help me out? Can you push me up? Can you please push me up? Can you give me a jump? No. What are we supposed to do? Why are you holding my hand now? What are we supposed to do, my friend? Ah, we opened this as a stair. Alright. Like, he helped me out to jump for every single time, but not this time. Right? Not this time. Oh, because otherwise he could have not, like, jumped with me. Alright. We're gonna get baited. Something is gonna get from the ceiling. Not really. Okay. You learned violence from me? Oh. Give me a push. Thank you. I'm not gonna leave you there, by the way, friend. Even though, like, I started all of this because of, like... Let's push this one down so you can... Oh, that was easy, actually. Let's go. Nice. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Fuck the teacher. don't fuck the teacher in that sense. If I start moving this shit, it's not gonna like it, right? What about now? The Ricky Martin song? Really? Is it? Fuck. Beautiful song, teacher. Beautiful. Oh, fuck, I have to move that. No way. No, I have to move it there. Yeah, I know, enemy. Fuck. Let's just push this shit. Oh, I cannot. I have to pull it. Enemy! Thank you for the prime! Fuck! This music is so loud. I cannot hear if she stops singing. I cannot hear it. Fuck, I cannot hear shit. I'm just gonna stop randomly. Enemy! Thank you so much for the prime. Perfect time. Shut up! Holy. Well, I'm so bad at guiding this, but I can't. Okay. Stop now. Okay. Stop. No! Anyone can join Discord. Enemy, if you gave me the prime because of like you thought it was only for people with the sub, no, it is not. It's for everyone. You can go for it. Welcome in this way. Get fucked, teacher. Get fucked. Ah! Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Run! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No! 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 Don't tell me that I have to start all over again. Okay, only from here. Okay. Okay. Go! Oh my god, 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 No! I was so close to the end. Ah! Go! 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 And now we jump and we go up. Oh my god! Jump! Running! Running! Go! 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 Oh my god! Oh man! You good? Why did we go inside that school? Yeah. Yeah, Piro. Is there like something? A collectible something? No. Alright. Ah. You missed it? It was like a year ago still, Piro. It was like a year ago. This is such a cool image. This part, then one is coming. Or like the one that we're doing right now. It is so good. You see, the reason, the fact that I keep dying gives you the possibility of like watching it again. I think we did. I don't know how much we did of this story, but we are kind of still at the beginning, I would say. Wait, what is that? What was that slide? Okay. Hey. Okay. Okay. No, no, no. Okay. Wait. What's the name called? Big Mama? What? Oh, is there something that we have to go through here? No. How do we... Like, I know that we have to... Okay. What if we... No, no. I swear, you Dumbo. Here. We go over there. We jump not in, but what if we jump here? There. No, we cannot slide on it. I'm gonna look the gameplay on YouTube. No, I'm not. The idea is like to play it, right? That's... How do I close it? No. What if I push it? I feel like if I pushed it... Yeah. We're closing it. Alright. Alright. Fuck the jumps. I'm coming. Wait for me up there. No, don't jump. Fuck, I hate... Fuck, I hate to jump. Can we just push it a little bit more? You think that we can push it this way a little bit more? No. We cannot move it. You think I need to fart? What is happening? Why we cannot? Why we cannot? Like, let's pull it. And then let's try to... Oh! Wait, okay. It was too much stuck there. Oh, there is a stone. What if... Maybe like this. Maybe like this. All right. Oh, is that a hat? Oh yeah, and there's also like a figure. Get this one. It's your new hat. No, it's not. You put it on. It's not. Do we have to go up here? Maybe there is a hat though here. Oh, there's not. Such. I thought it was like a hat. Instead it is not. Friend. Wait, what did you see there? Why did you stay there? It was a big scam. I thought it was a new hat. No. Oh, is this... What is this thing? This has to be something, right? No, it is nothing. But, oh, it is something. Wait! Hold on! Hold on! Wait, he is the guy! Wait, he is the guy from the first one! He is the guy from the first one! Wait, are you saying that I have to die then? Wait, and the guys with the dumb things on their head. So, we're gonna save this place. And the guys with the things on their head, they're gonna save us. But, am I gonna find it? Oh my god. Give me a help. Help. Help me. Oh, is that a hat? Can I please get it? Can I please get this hat? They came into having a hat that I will never have. Come! 6 will help me survive. Oh, look at that. It's so cool to see him. How can we pull this one? Or is there like an entrance from here? Or should we... Okay, should we move this? Are you gonna give me a... Oh, okay. Thank you. We couldn't like pull it, right? But I can push it by myself. So dumb. I swear, this game is really good, but at the same time so dumb. Come on. His name is 6, by the way, so what is my name? What is my name? Slim shut up. 11, shut up. Golia, shut up. 81. I swear. I feel like I'm missing something here. There must be like a shadow or something. No? No. Doriana. Oh, jumping through the wrong window. Oh, I finished the water. Okay. Franco, shut up! My KDA is 1481-1. What is the assist? Oh, because I assisted the guy to... we're gonna just move on. From school to hospital. Oh, fair. Help me. Well, I don't like this situation. Should we jump on the bed? I guess so. We're jumping on the bed. Oh, don't. Fuck my arch enemy. Jumping in. Okay. Oh, I was going to fall. Okay. Not too bad. Come on. Parkour! So like the previous one was... The previous one was about like how... I don't know if you were for real, Jumper, when you were saying that the previous one was about how social medias and technologies are like... how social medias and technologies are burning our brains off. School was about brainwashing, being taught to learn. I would hold on to this. Oh no. I don't think that was the purpose. Brainwashing, being taught to learn and obey without question. Alright. I didn't expect it to be. I thought we were supposed to jump. I guess not. Oh. Yeah. There was that air conduct. Yeah, we're gonna go open the trapdoor. Yeah. Open the trapdoor here? There is no trapdoor here. Right? No. Okay. Let's open it. Come, fast. No, take your time. Take your freaking time. No! Him taking his freaking time. What about here? Nothing? Okay. If you've already played this game, what percentage would you say that we are at? No, turn it on. Turn. Alright. Holy fucking hell. Alright. No, stop holding his hand. Alright. Go through the door. Okay. It's a bit dirty. Is there anything here? Okay. Let's go. Oh. It's horrible. Let's get through these corridors. Wait, what? 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 Where are we supposed to go? What? 45% of the game? Where? We missed a lot of hats, did we? Yeah, you're right. What was it? Yeah, we haven't found many. Where are we supposed to go? I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Where the heck? Where are we supposed to go now? Why do you miss me, Tota? I love that song, to be honest. And I also love Kava. I also love To Friend. Oh, what about chair? Can we take this chair? No, I wanted to push the chair. Oh, sorry, should I have put the light towards you? Why don't you like it? No, I didn't want to jump on the chair. I wanted to push it. Bro, where are we supposed to go? That song is stuck in your brain? Same. Wait. There's not even like a vent up there that we can get through. You think I can push the chair? I tried, it did not work. Which one is like an earthquake? Can we jump on this box? There's a vent up there, isn't it? That's a song. Thank you. I figured. Are we supposed to go this way? Oh, we are supposed to go this way. So stupid. Okay. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Let's get one each color. Or maybe they will stop sooner or later, no? No, we took all of them. Search. Okay, we're just throwing. Ah! We are throwing. I wish I know you wanted me only. Oh, again the TV? Okay, we have to tune the TV again. Alright. Wait, what does it have to do with the hospital though? That it's making us sick? Is this what they're trying to say? Is this what they're trying to say? That it's making us sick? Alright, again. Psychiatric hospital, alright. Run! We're almost close to the... Every time we're this close to the door, but we never get it. I need water though. If it's not a running moment, I'm gonna get myself water. If that's okay for you. I mean, it has to be okay for you. You enjoy this view, I'll be right back, alright? Enjoy this beautiful view. By the way, this morning, like today for lunch, I had like bread that I put in the oven with some tomato and some cheese on it. And now my palate is all burnt. Oh my god, isn't it horrible when that happens? I wish I knew you. Is there a door? Okay, there are many places we can go. We can go this way. I think we can go... That is the way we came from, right? So it should not be a way to go. Even though... No, it should not. Unless... No. Unless we go upstairs. Okay, we're missing two of these things. So I think that the next part of the game is gonna be all about that, right? It's not gonna turn down because we need to find those two. Okay, let's go from downstairs. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate you. Let's go. I don't trust at all that space. Like, not even a tiny bit, but I feel like... Wait, look at that. So there is a teddy bear with a key in his tummy. Okay, this is cool. Okay, we have to find a teddy bear to put in there, I guess. Found it! What? Why are you holding a okay, you wanna... They want to feel useful. Yeah, you're... Thank you for helping! Thank you so much for helping. Yeah, you can put it there too. Oh! It's actually... Alright, you actually did better than what I expected. You can crash it. Come here. Just throw it. Throw it! Where are you going with that? Does video games improve the brains? Yes, they do. There are actually studies saying that some games help you out with like problem solving and all of that. So some games for sure help you out. Okay. Oh, is this a hat? We found a new hat! No, we did not. What was that? What did we find? Oh, we did. Beautiful! Beautiful! Look at me. Huh? Am I pretty? By the way, I don't know why you want to hold that one. Like, we have to break it, little guy. Like, I need you to break that shit. I don't know why you keep holding that, but we will find a way. Let's put it in here. I feel like if I go here, I'm gonna die. Fuck. We didn't finish upstairs though. Is this a hook? Why is there a hook? Ah! We're gonna put that. Okay, we're gonna put this thing in it. Put it in there. Don't press it. Don't. Come here. Bro. Bro, I need you to put that little thingy. Give me. We need to put that thing in there so it destroys it. There's no light. No, I don't want to turn on the light while I'm not there. Then maybe it's not this way that we have to do it. So why is he holding it and it's not leaving that shit? Why is it not leaving that? Man, why you're not leaving that? I need you to like throw it somewhere. Let's go see what else there is. Maybe we can find a solution on another spot. I wish I knew, not me. I wish I knew. And now you got the song back stuck in my head. Wait, did you leave it down? Where did you leave it? Where did you leave it? Why did you leave the game? Oh, is that the one that has it? Where did you leave the other one? Where did you leave the one that had the key? No, but we tried. He had the ducky in his hand, and that one had a key in it. But then it's lost now. Where is it? Oh, where did you leave it? Did you leave it downstairs? Did you leave it downstairs? What? Did Did you leave it downstairs? Yeah, I know, enemy. I know there's one more, but it's not in the peluche. It was in a walk that he had, like a duck that he had. I'm not crazy, right? We saw it. We all saw it was in the duck. You all saw it was in the duck before. Am I sure? Am I not? Okay, let's try the other teddy bears. Let's try it again, the teddy bears. I thought it was. You don't know. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Let's get the teddy bear. You know not. Get it. Let's go. And it was definitely... Now I'm starting to wonder, like, if I saw the real things, what I saw, or if I'm going crazy, you know? Oh! Oh, am I crazy? Yeah, so she should go to sleep. Wait, am I crazy? I actually thought that I saw it. I was 100% sure I saw it in the other one. Oh my god, I'm starting to see things. I'm going completely crazy. I'm going completely crazy. I thought It's fine, you have to admit your own mistakes, right? Get it? No! Don't bring me back up! No! Holy fuck. Shit. Bring me back! Back. We're going downstairs. Hey. Bring me back. We're gonna get stuck here longer than what we got stuck for the teacher. Can we get it already? And then we go out. Let's go. Okay. Go in there. Alright. No. Not with me in it. No. Okay, you also put whatever you want. Wait. No way. That sounds so creepy. Okay, we got one key, but we don't really need the key. Like, we needed the things to open the door, which are electrical stuff. Right? And we go upstairs. The peluche was alive. Shit. No, I think that was the dog, wasn't it? Please, don't tell me that. You know that I have that issue that I think that every single thing has like a soul or like their own life. I truly believe that Toy Story is a real story, and it just got like the creators actually. Oh, we can open this one. The creators found out about their own toys being alive, and they just wanted to show the story. Yeah. The Dutch counter is so high. Listen, it could have been worse. Okay. Why are they making body parts here? I feel like I need this hook. Give me this. No, I don't need it. Maybe I do. Never mind. Thank you. That one was Woody's friends. Oh, this gonna still get alive. Oh, I knew it! What did I say? What the fuck did I say? Oh my god. Wait, I need to... How do I help my friend? Wait. Should I just go on and then I'll find a way? stop moving. Oh my god. Ah! Get fucked. No. No. No, go on the other side. Go this way. Yeah, I'm so planning to go this way. I'm so planning to go this way. Just go this way. No, no, no. Where am I supposed to go there? Up there, right? Okay, so I am going. No! Go! Ah! Ah! Oh my god, why am I not able to jump every... I have so many issues with that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Get fucked. Oh, she can't crawl up! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! Oh my god! Stay away from me, you stupid hand. Where's my friend? Where's my friend? Oi, oi, no, 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 you stupid hand. No! What am I supposed to do here? Run, 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 run. How am I supposed to survive? Ah! Where? I don't even know where I'm going. I don't know where I am! Was I supposed to go on the table? What then? 85. 83. That's way too much. If I go on the table, maybe I don't get a touch. Go up. And go up again? Okay, okay, I don't... Okay, that's the way. No, get! Get fucked. Get away. Stupid hand. I'm so ready to kill you. I'm ready to kill you. Die! One more. You die again. You stupid hand. Almost made me die. Ah. Anyway, I'm doing all right. I am chilling tonight. I am very pacific. I'm tranquil. I'm having a very zen kind of day. I don't know about you. Oh, we have to move this one away. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. Oh, is that a hat? No, it's not. Killing a moving hand? Yes. Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing? Bro, what are you... Stop it! Stop! You're being creepy. Let's go. Hey. Okay, we got one. No muss on that hand. No muss. Hello, sir? Hello? Hope you're having a good evening. Oh, we need another one? Where are we getting all of these? Can we push this? Wait, are we missing? What? Oh, maybe, wait. Maybe we... Wait. No, I know. Not here. Let's put in the one where we just need one. No, 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 not here, not here. Almost, you were almost. Let's go. No, take it. Take it and let's go. The other one. There we go. Okay. Oh! Where did you go? Oh. Okay, do it again. How do I go up there? Just do it again. Do it. No, do it. How do I get up there? Oh, with the chair? You can fly. Maybe. Just do it again, please. Do it. Do that! It's not supposed to do that. Why is not listening anymore? Do it. Sorry. No, I didn't mean to flash you, but can you? Hey, Dava! Are we supposed maybe to push this door? Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah. No. Okay. Hello, young fine lady. Leah! Leah! Yeah, thank you so much for the year. Appreciate you for that. Welcome back. I don't know if this lady can wake up. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. I don't know what that did. Is she moving? Young fine lady. No, wait, what? Wait, who farted? Did you make the lady fart? Can I get these pieces? Any of these pieces? Is it like I cannot go behind her, so I have to make her move a little, and then I hide. Oh! Ah, she doesn't move when there is the light. Okay. Alright. Young lady. I am gonna go backwards. You are not gonna step in my way, right? Wait, just let me. I cannot pass. Okay. I'll turn it off. No! Okay. Don't you fucking... Fuck, this is gonna be complicated. Don't you dare! Oh my god. It's on the trasera, yeah, for sure. Holy fuck. Okay. I got it, though. Ah. Okay. Let her come to me. Come to me. Come to mama. Ha! You piece of shit. I'm gonna point it at you while I walk away, alright? You better not do something stupid. Stay right there. Ah.
Oh, that's a fresh one.
Fabio!
Fresh out of the box.
Fabio! Wait, another one that is gonna be is not today. Fabio, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate your shit. I'm so confused on how to point this torch. I am struggling. Fabio, thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome on the subs. Appreciate you. Okay, you're not actually. I am just passing by. Please ignore me. I'm not here, right? Fuck. Fabio, thank you so much again. Appreciate you. It's a newbie. Holy fuck, that scared me. This reminds me like the first one. No. Woo! Fuck. That is gonna move. Oli. You better don't move. Don't move or I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use this torch. I have a torch and I'm not scared of using it. Jump. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. Oh my god. I got it. Okay. Hello. Hi, sir. I'm not okay that way. Oh my god. I swear my skills in like pointing the torch, they have been not too bad, I have to say. First try. I would have never like guessed that, to be honest. I would have never betted on myself. By the way, if there's still like a mod in chat, can you please do a bet? And like, if you think that we're gonna do less or more than 150 deaths by the end of the game. By the way, look at it. Oh, you think that 150 is too much? You better. And they don't work. The torch doesn't work. Yeah. Woo! Ha! You think 150 is too much? Okay, what do you think would be a decent number? Let's run. Oh, no! Considering that we're already at 89. Consider we are 89. Okay, I'm just gonna go slowly then. First one was here, right? Okay. First ones are on this side, so I'm gonna go this way. Next ones are gonna be this way. I knew it, and then we're gonna go this way. Oh, nice. Oh, fuck. I have a torch. Don't you fucking dare moving. Don't! Ah! Okay, I have to use all of my fingers to work through this one. Oh my god. 400? What about 400? Sweet, what are you talking about? Okay, first one was this way. Okay, then we go this way. 400 deaths? I swear. So your very first... Listen, sweet. Your very first message in chat for us to say that I would die 300 times? I see. Alright, we got this. We go this way. This way. Go this other way. Get fucked. You're gonna see me next. No! I don't understand. Where are they? You know? I was not understanding where are the hands. Let's go. I don't understand, like, you know, the 3D side of this. Okay. Ah, 93. Whenever keep the count. Whenever a mod comes back in chat, we can ask them to help us to fix it. Wait. Oh, maybe 150. I told you 150 was not that much of a Okay, I'm gonna go. Oh, no. Oh my god, this game I love it, but at the same time I hate it. I didn't go. I got confused. I got confused. Okay, this way first. Okay, let me think about it. So if I go this way, then this way. No, that way there is. Then I'll go this way. Okay, more this way, but then I turn here. Then I go here. Oh, okay. Now we have to run. We have to run and get in front of this. Keep going, keep going. Woo. I'm so focused, you have no idea. I just don't want to do this part again. Jump! No! No! We were so close. We were so close. We were so close. We were so close. We were so close to it. Okay. Okay. Oh, you see, 150 is not that bad of a counter, right? Where was the first? This way. Okay. No, not that hand. And then we go this way. And then we go. No! Oh, I remember you. Okay. Slowly now. We go this way. Ah! I was so close. I was so close to the end. I was so close to the end. Okay, now we go slowly, right? We go here and we run. And then we run this way. And then we go this way. And then we run. Run, 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 run. Keep pointing, you piece of shit. Keep pointing. We run. Woo! Okay, and then we keep pointing. We keep pointing. Keep pointing. Go up! Go up! No! Why did you jump down? Why did you jump down? Why did you jump down? Why did you jump? You stupid. You stupid. Why do you hate me so much? Okay, now we know how to do it, right? Now we know. Keep pointing, keep pointing, keep pointing. Get through the door. Let's go. Keep pointing, keep pointing, keep pointing. We jump. We jump! We jump! We jump! No! Predictions are still on, by the way. Sweet, I know. I'm also the same. I also don't want to play this game anymore. Oh my god. Okay. Now I got it. Now I'm focused. As we did for the 69, we're not doing again. This is the last time that we run this, alright? This is the last time. Oh my god, my fingers are slippery. I'm starting to feel sweaty. Keep pointing. Alright. This is the time. This is the moment. This is the moment. If you had one chance. You pieces of shit! No! What? I don't want to move. Rising. I don't. Oh!
Professional
What?
streamer.
What happened? Rising, fuck, you scared me. Rising. The game bugged. The game was like, you did enough, it's fine. I have no idea what happened. I just didn't move at all. What are we doing now? Are there gonna be other people here? What are these soaps? Oh, we throw these soaps. Take it. I'm too good, I broke the game. I actually have no idea what happened there. Rising, thank you for the 500 BDs. What are we? Oh, we're going up here? Oh no, we're moving the wheelchair. Please don't be mad if I move you. Oh, that's not working. Should we push you then? Excuse me, sir. I'm just gonna give you a little bit of a push. It's not working. Be careful with soap bars. Oh my. Rising. I swear, I should start to question why you people like to scare me so much. Why we cannot move you? Not all of us. Not all of us. Z2. Most of us though. Like not English, but like most of us are now actually first English speakers. There is something in that tube. There is a body in this tube. Oh, maybe the hook? Wait, I cannot see shit. Should I push then this one? Maybe I cannot pull it, but maybe I can push it. I cannot either pull it. I cannot push it or pull it. I cannot move it in any way. How do we get up there? Someone betted that many points? What? There's another... Yeah, there is... Yeah, but we were here, right? Oh, you mean like... There is something here? Oh, you are right, Leah. There's something behind here. So if I go back into the freaking monsters again with the... Oh. Yes, on my edge. Oh my god. So what is like number one is like I die? Oh. Okay. Go up. Go up. Jump. Oh, you cannot do anything? Oh, this is just for the... We cannot do anything. One is more than 150. Nice. Is that the thing that we want to? Wait, what? Kind of disgusting for sure. What if we go up there? Okay, we're here just for the shadow, that's it? We were there just for the shadow? That's it? Oh, wait, we can actually... Can we bring this on the other side? What is block shock? I'm just gonna bring this all the way to the other side. I'm just gonna bring it. Oh, Bioshock. What is Bioshock? Sorry, I misread it. Don't mind me just carrying a box of soaps while having a beer on my head. I wish I know. But wait, Look at this. I cannot move a thing that has actual wheels, but I can move a box. Like the wheel, the one with the wheels is actually too difficult. Do I have a key? No, I don't need a key because I just need... Oh, wait, was I not... It's not what we were supposed to do? Wait, what? Over. Oh, you're right. There's a light. You better. No! No! I was pointing the light at you. You're right. You were right, though. Hi, Sheen. Hello. Oh, fuck. But at least I have to make him stand up and then I can... Oh, do I have to throw again the... I have to throw again the soap at you. Wait. Let me turn on the light again. Ah. Almost 3 digits. Shin, have you ever played a Little Nightmare? Chat, say hi to Sheen, by the way. And then I'm running away. I'm gonna... Ah! You stay the fuck away from me, you psycho. You piece of shit. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Oh my god. A little monster kid. I'm a kid that is wearing a hat currently. A very nice hat, you know. Wait, I still cannot move this chair? Or maybe I couldn't because he was too heavy, yeah. Alright. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Wait. I can't. Wait. Okay. Okay. Oh no, I don't. No. I know you're gonna. Oh my god, these are gonna wake up. Fuck. No. You stay away from me. Woo! Hate it. I have to, because it's making me doing like the things that I'm really not good at with the joypad, like which is pointing. No. Oh my god. It's so difficult. Okay, wait. I need focus. She's so difficult. That's so difficult. Don't you dare! Don't! Okay. Listen, I have to do this with the mouse and the keyboard. Let me see if I can make it with these. I cannot, like, right? How do I move? Oh, I have to like... Let me see if I can do it with the keyboard. Oh, if I run back here, it's better? No, 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 no! Never mind. I do have a controller, but it's so difficult. I'm bad with a joypad. Okay, that's... I feel like going back here was a little bit better. No, 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 wrong way, no, don't. You don't move. No! Better for the bets. Shut up. This is... I don't think that... I'm sorry, Shin. I'm trying. I'll do it for you, Shin. This is for you! Never mind. No, this is so difficult. This is generally so difficult. I don't know if I can make it, child. I genuinely don't know if I can make it. This is too difficult. Like, I'm trying very hard. Ooh, 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 no, 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 no! Get fucked! Ooh, ooh. I told you, Shinny, this was for you. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my goodness. Ah. Wait, what did we do? All this for this? That's it? What about now? I'm so tired. I'm so happy we made it. What are we burning? Oh, nice. Oh, I'm so happy we made it. I'm so happy we made it. That was way too much. Now, how do I push myself there? I have to jump in there now. Friendo! Okay. Oh my goodness. Yes, we made it. Now we need this. Oh, Friendo, you have no idea what happened. You have no romantic electric. Oh my god. Friend, you have no idea. You have been so lucky that you stayed here. Wait, why are we stopping? That was the chair that was stopping me. Okay. Ah, we've been through stuff. We've seen shit. Oh my goodness, that was a pain. Can you get the other bulb? Thank you. So nice. Oh, 150. I'm missing 48. I think that we're kind of close. I'll try my best, alright? I'll try my best to die. Ah. And 45 missing. You win a lot of points. Oh, because you didn't bet. Oh no, it's dark again. Oh no, you see these people in the beds? They're gonna definitely wake up. No, please don't, don't. Let me. Oh no. Oh no. It is saving, so this is a checkpoint. Something is gonna happen here. Oh. Oh wait, I need. No, what is this hand? No, shitty hand. I forgot about the freaking hand. I heard that G cookies are really good if you like intoxication. Shut up! Me trusting you. Okay, we need this thing that will come off right now, and then I can use. Oh, I know. Wait. Let me take this thing against the freaking hand. Come here, Andy. Come here, you stupid hand. No! I messed up! Oh. Come back here, you stupid hand. I'm so ready to get you. Come here! Oh my god, I'm so dead. You're so dead. You stupid hand. Come back. Come back if you can. Come back if you think you can. I'm gonna destroy you both. One after the other. Or maybe I was supposed to just destroy the door. What are you saying, Jake? How can you be mad in English? What do you mean? There's Flippy too. Okay, I feel like when he get this. No, destroy this one. No. Okay, we're first destroying this. You come here. Stupid hand, I got you, huh? Don't make me come over there. You piece of shit. Alright. Friend, you have to get I need you to get You come over here. You keep this. I'm getting you behind the stupid hand. You better not come over here. Man, how are you doing? How is it going? Please finish it. Are you having a trouble with this freaking hands? You die. Stupid freaking hand. So tired. Wait! I recognize these faces. Hold on, these are the... If you play the one, these are the faces from the first one, isn't it? You know the guy's like eating, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's go. What the actual freaking fuck? No! That's me there? Shut up, Jake. Okay, we have to run. We have to rush. No! How do we do this? Wait, can we turn this one? Is there a way that we can like use this light? No, don't hold on with him. That's not... Okay. What do we do? Oh, maybe we should like be silent. He doesn't like the light. He doesn't like the light. Don't. No. Okay, no light. No light. I'm just gonna pass by. No. I should have bet more. 150 is too much. What if we hide behind this? You cannot see me now. Okay. He moved away. And now we also go here. Okay. 3/5 of the game. You lost? Yes. Oh, behind the box. Where are you going? That bitch started moving. They were not supposed to move. Let's wait for this to do something. What is that? Is that a person? Is that a freaking person? Is that a freaking person? This is dismantling? This. Please don't notice us. Please don't see us. We're just gonna go, you know, ignore us. We're just fuck. We have to go there. You have something on the ceiling. If you could please go. What the fuck is it doing? Yeah. Keep looking on the ceiling. Thank you. Holy. Holy. Woo! No. Stay here. Nothing to see over here. No, don't remove the leg. Where do we have to go? What? We have to throw something? Do we have to go back there and take something from there? Fuck. I'm gonna move when he moves also. Okay. No! Bad idea! Woo! I'm going away! Woo! No! I'm not dying again. No, not down the sub! Ah!
Brutal living fear, we're no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sounds of falling sand.
Please don't stop. I cannot even pass it.
Hello, Pilapalo.
Love to you. Appreciate you. Where's my friend? Don't do it now. Come fast. Lisa, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate you. I'm not moving. I saved us one death, by the way. No! Where are you going? Wait! Should we wait? Let's wait for him to like look somewhere else. Oh my god, I'm excited to get. Okay. Let's go. Oh, behind the cat! What are you doing? Let me move! I'm so stressed. I'm so fucking stressed. Okay. We have to throw something, so we need to take one of, you see those toys that there are in the back? We need to get one of those. Okay, he's looking there. Let's go. Now he does not see us. We need to stay on the pillows, I think. Right? Okay. Not now, because it can clearly see us now. Shut up, Jake. My cookie's very good. Okay, now we go. This is very creepy. Go somewhere else, thank you. I just need a little block. If possible. Okay, I'll take this one, I guess. Oh my god. Right. This game is too difficult, you know. Ooh, stay under the bed. Where are we? Fuck. The plan is to throw this one. Okay. While he's like looking on. No, I think that one is looking at the other one, the one in the corner. And then we go, and then we run. You see, like that button is gonna open some door, and then we run and run. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. I can accept that. I can accept that. All right. Go ahead. And then we run. And we hide. No. Ha! Should I have followed my friend? Holy, 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 no, 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 no. Shh, shh, shh. Is he not gonna get my friend? Did we open the door? We did not. He's running now? Why are you running? I'll follow you, but... Oh, why? Oh, not again. Oh, not again. This. Oh, go aside. Go up. Ah, we made it through this part. We made it through this part. Let's go. Let's continue. I don't think that is necessary. Ah, we made it through. Oh my god. Oh no, I already know. Some of these are gonna fall. Some of these are gonna fall. Right? Where are we supposed to go? Through this? Okay. Then here? Oh. Shh, 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 shh. Oh! We're missing a key. Maybe in here? Please tell me there is a key up here. What are you? Wait, what are you doing? What? Bro. Oh, I guess that was on purpose. Thought it was selling me out. Okay, maybe we can like go up here. Okay, I think that I see. Like I have to use this as the first step. And then jump on dead bodies. So like I jump here and then I jump here and then I go up here. Alright. Then from here to there. Oh, fuck. Again, my worst enemy. The jumps. I hit. Okay, maybe I can like push it all? No. Enough! There is no... Oh, there it is. Oh, I have to do it. I have to do it. Okay. Again. I'm gonna try to jump faster. Why can you do such a high jump there and not here? Okay. Alright. Easy. Ha. I left my friend because now he's gonna bring me back. You see, I'm gonna get back in this thing. And it's gonna bring me back. I hope. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay, what? So, let's push it. Okay, we have to, again, get back here. Oh no, this is gonna be a lot of jumps. No! Oh my god. No. You were on the right. You were right. Okay. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Jump 10 out of 10. Shut up! You know that I have struggles here. It's already 7 p.m.? Have I been playing this game for 5 hours? I swear, I didn't even realize. Fuck, I didn't even realize. Oh, Lee, I didn't even... Alright. Do you still like it, chat? I am enjoying. Hey, yo.
Hi.
Hi, Dumbo. Where are you? Bro. Hey. Where?
Hi.
Where did I leave my friend? Average time of competition for this game, 5.5. Listen, I'm a special... Oh, now you're coming. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, we're gonna walk under there every time he please. We didn't accept times for the content. I did not. I actually focused. 3, 5, 4 hours by enjoying this game. Okay, nice. Oh, we have to. How do we? Oh, is my friend gonna push me up? Friend, can you push me up? I'm gonna leave you there though. Go hide. Go hide, friendo. What the actual fuck? I have to go over here so then I can fall on the thing, right? What? No. No, 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 no. We're hiding down here. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? I'm following you. Where? What are we doing? Oh, we're supposed to do this? Wait. Bro, what do you want to do? Okay. I'm so focused. I'm so focused. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Let's go. Go. Friend, come! Friend! Get me out! Oh my god. Maybe I was supposed to stay there. Maybe I was supposed to stay under there. Or we could hide. My friend is staying here, right? What if I stay here? No! Woo! Okay, I'm sorry. That was not it. I forgot that I have to take Flogo, Doggo after. So we have to run. Be ready. Let's go. Where are you going? Okay, my friend is showing me. Oh my god. How did my friend go faster? This is difficult. Oh no, I fucked it up. Alright. Again. Okay. Run. This is so much better. Where is our friend? Oh, this way. I'm so stressed. Do you have any idea? Come on, go. Where are you going, friend? Go inside. Are we gonna die here? Wait, I was supposed to there? Oh, we're supposed to hide under a thing. Hide behind it and we will go there. And we close it and we kill him. Okay. We stay on the side of it. Look at us. You see, we hide there. Oh no, he saw us. Wait, how do we... So we go inside. But then... Great hiding spot. That's the best hiding spot is like right in front of them usually. You go down. That's what I did. Do we have to be faster? Okay. I'll be faster. Alright. I'll go inside faster. That's what he said. Go down. You go down, and then we go on the other side. Fast. 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 Thank you. Thank you, friendo. Friendo. Turn on the light. Get fucking fucked. Let's get some warm. I don't know if that thing was alive, to be honest. Friendo, can you give me a hand? Can you push me up? Thank you. Oh my goodness. We did great. Great. Thanks, friend. Thank you. Look at us. I feel like I'm missing so many hats, but you see the cone? I didn't get it. And also this one, I found it on the floor and couldn't get... I think that I found a lot of hats that were not even given to me, you know? Hospitalized. Okay, so we finished the school and we finished the hospital. We finished both of them, I feel. Or should we get some cans here too? Run. I'm not gonna play this game again. I'm not gonna play this game again. I love it. It's super nice. Holy, I would never like try to go again through the same pain of like not being able to do some same jump. Okay, go. Back on the streets. Alright. Release some tension for sure now. What do we have here? Nothing. Okay, sorry. Let's try and stuff. Go, Kav. Enjoy the rest of your day. Work. Come back and watch different things. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow. There's the hat. There's the hat. I wanna get this one. Don't tell me that I cannot get this hat. I cannot get not even this hat? Come on. Oh, what is that? No. I don't understand why do we have to go through these things, you know? Like, I don't... Are we saving someone? Are we trying to find something? Hello, sir? No. No. Wait, sir? I think I'm missing your face. Are we doing for the hats? Oh, he has a good hat. He has a nice hat. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Wait. I wanted to step on this ladder. Alright. Yeah. Go up. And then my worst enemy. Jump and hold. Alright. Are coming, friend? Alright. We're just gonna pass by. You enjoy... Shit. You enjoy your watching stuff, right? Well, there's so many... Okay, so this is all about the TV. Right? That scared even you, Arya? Is this a hat? No, it is not. Give me a hand, thank you. Oh, he's also watching TV in the bathroom. Okay, so this is definitely a picture of the modern society, right? Falling down like this, Lord, apparently. Not again. Oh fuck, I was gonna do it again. Thank you for showing me what I have to do. Show off of a friend? What the fuck is that? Get this. Oh my god, I was so close. Stop. I'm suffering right here. ¿Tú hablas español? Me también. Oh, wait. We can... What kind of scam is this? Oh, we're going... No, wait, what? Okay, so are we gonna... Enjoy job for the... Wait, are we... You showed me that I have to go here. What the heck? Never mind. I hope I could grab that thing. Never mind, never mind. But at least we're back here. Because I thought I could grab on the carpet. I thought I could grab on the carpet. Wait. I'm not gonna trust you. This is not where we have to go. Ollie. Yeah, but bro, we can... Ah, we're supposed to get down here. Oh, no. Maybe a little bit before. Maybe, yeah. Maybe a little bit before. Yes. I am trying. Bro, you... He blocked me. He blocked me. Yeah, he blocked me. It's not fair. Again. Me neither. This guy blocked me. No, I promise I'm not doing it on purpose. I promise that I'm not doing it on purpose. I promise that I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay. Okay. Alright. Ready to jump off, right? Don't block me or I'm gonna get super mad. Oh my goodness, we made it. I'm not freaking mad, I promise. Oh my goodness. They were saying that I was 3 out of 5 before, so I think that now I'm 4 out of 5 maybe. Wait, ah. Okay. Let's... Where... No. What? Where am I supposed to go? What? Listen, chat. Look at this. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Jump where? Out? Oh, okay. Actually fair. I was scared. Oh. Queen, no, don't start spamming, Queen. Where are we supposed to go now? Oh, maybe I can grab this one. Can I? No, I cannot. Maybe on the other? Oh, maybe I didn't open the drawers, to be fair. I know it. Stupid G. Okay. You still believe? I am not sure. Friend, come help me. What about now? Again here? Come. Come here. Oh. Maybe not. No, never mind. What did we open then? Even Julia doesn't believe. What did we open then, man? What did we do? What did we open? Bro, what did we do? I have no idea. I don't know, give me a help again. Is something happening? Oh, maybe while it's up, we should like... That's not going there. No! I thought I could jump on the platform. I thought I could jump. I'm trying stuff. I don't know. I thought I could jump on the platform. Wait, are we back here again? I got a little bit too cocky, you know? I'm following. Wait, we have to jump again here? Wait. I am... This level is where we... Oh, again? But we just... Wait, so like, I thought like... If we use that... Get the key. If we use that... That switch... It should... Well, it should... Pro tip, don't jump to the void. Like, what are you doing now? Can you give me a suggestion? No? Bro, we have nowhere to go. I guess you not following me this way means that it's not the right way. But you see, like, there is the same, like, shape there and here. I'm confused. What are we supposed to... Yeah, he's also sitting down, like, to wonder about life. What are we supposed to do here? What if I go down from here? No, it doesn't allow me to go from here. Okay. We already saw that if I let the elevator go by itself, I can figure it out where to jump. Okay, let's see. No, you fucking fuck. Wait, what? Because we've been to every level. We've been to every level of this floor. Right? Yes, I know I have to go this way. And then this way. Oh my god, I was so close. I am trying! Oh my god, you almost body blocked me again. Where have we not go? Where did we not go? Oh, I can get out, Struts? We have to do again the... Should we let the... let's try. Let's try to get out of the elevator before it goes down. Could be an answer. Let's see. Yeah, but what is this for then? You know? Come here. Oh. I don't think that I have enough time, you know? Okay, maybe I do. Oh, I see. Oh, Ray, don't say the actual answer. Ray, don't say the actual answer. You can give us tips. Don't do backsitting. If I'm not, can please hide that. Okay. Oh, this is to call the elevator, and then we jump on it. All right. Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you, friendo. Okay. Thank you, Ari. I appreciate you for that. Okay. Oh, these graphics are so pretty. Did you see that I jumped? Wait. Okay. Did you notice how I jumped and I didn't miss that? Yeah, I did. Are we supposed to go over here? Yes, let me know. Oh, I need you to help me. Help me. Push me up. Okay. Why can he jump so much and I so not? Okay. Bro, do you think that I trust you? Oh my god, chat, we're gonna do this. No! It's the first. You were ready, I noticed. Is the jump button broken? No, it is not. Yes, I'm coming. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. You ready? Ready to get me? Oh my goodness. Oh, checkpoint. Okay. Oh, on the other side. Let's go. I'm learning to jump. Ah. Can you give me a hand? Look at us. Wait, I'm lost. I forgot what was the first part of this, Like, we had school, we had hospitalized. What was before that? Oh, there was the forest. The forest. True. Wait, are we supposed to keep going? Or maybe you can help me to get into the window? Oh, I can do it by myself. I finally learned to choose my friend. How is that door opening? Oh, alright. Oh, alright. Why is he always so fast? So much faster than me. What was? Oh, I'm not dead. 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 Wait. No. No, bro. You're coming out. You're coming out. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm not leaving you there. Okay. I thought you were dead. I thought you was dead. Oh. Let's go. I thought you were dead. Okay, let's go, friend. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Let's go. Let's just go. Help me out. Oh, what do we have back there? Oh, I think that we have to get something from here. Let's just analyze. Okay, there's stuff here that we're gonna maybe use later. Wait, what are you doing? I thought you were not coming. Oh, again the TV. Okay, we're starting a new chapter. We're starting a new chapter. Okay. Okay. Were there hats? Did I miss a hat? Jake, did I miss a hat? Oh no, I don't want to miss again hats. Wait, so we saw 3 times this door. Maybe 4 starting with the first one. Right? So, first one we were not even there. But then we go closer and closer. Maybe... Be next rooms, okay. We got closer and closer. I'm thinking. Oh, we are at the door. Did we finish? Oh, we hell. Oh, a hat. Next hat. I'm home alone. I'm home alone right now.
Колбасит соло, колбасер по пояс голый.
Shut up. Run! Don't do it right now. Wait, oh, this way. Fuck. Okay, Dutch. Okay, I need to be faster. Pay more attention. You think he thought I was going to die? But it's so creepy to hear like the joypad moving, you know? And the joypad is like vibrating and shit. Let's hide under the bed. What the heck? No. In this chapter, there should be 2 more hats. Again. We got this. Run, you Dumbo. I'm gonna hide under the bed. I'm not hiding under the table. What the fuck is that? No, wait. Okay. I think that my friend is gonna get evicted because he... No! Where's my friend? No, it's not. It was not me who died, so it doesn't count as a death. What the fuck? That's how the story is supposed to go. What? Where am I supposed to go now? Without my friend. Freaking scared. Where's my friend? What is this? Fucking bullshit. What? What the fuck happened? What happened? Alright. We found out about a bug in the game, I guess. What are we supposed to do now? Like, we definitely have to find our friend, but how? And the TV? Let's go touch the freaking TV, you stupid. Give me back. Give me back my friend. Give me back my friend. Yeah, and here I didn't die. Before I died like 2 meters. Is this where we started? No. Is it? Is this where we started? Hold on a second. No, right? You wanna become my friend to be kidnapped? Sure, go for it. Is that a king? This is where we started, isn't it? Let me touch you again. Okay, now we're teleporting apparently. Ah, I get it. But how do I get back? Ah, like this, I guess. Alright. I'll use it as a teleport. So now I can use TV to teleport. Freaking cool. I mean, like, I lost a friend, but now I can teleport. Who is actually losing here? Right? Oh my god, I see myself dying here. Not even like... Okay. Keep walking. Alright. We have to find our friend back, for sure. I'm remembering, like... Do you remember? Oh no, we have to jump here. Oh. Never mind. We do not. Never mind. No. Never mind. Never mind. You called it. Called it. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Wait. Is there a hat anywhere? No. Okay. Three or none? What do you mean three? Ah. Yeah, Arya arrives. G dead, yeah. Jump on it. Hey. What you mean? Hey. Come on, it's not that difficult. Jump in there. Alright. Hat. Wait. Where is their hat? Oh! Oh, we're wearing this shit. Oh. Nice. Look at me. Go. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you. I'm entering a hot territory. Hot. But Jake, did you play this game? I didn't understand. I know that I have to throw this one. Alright, I knew it. Alright. You played it when it first came out, so how long time ago was it? Wait, I still cannot. Okay. Oh my god, I could have made this jump also before. I was just not good enough. And then you also watched gameplays? Holy, you actually like this game. No way! Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. At the beginning of 2021? That was so long ago. Was it like at the beginning of 2021, the first one? Or no, both, you mean? Like, the second one was at the beginning of 2021? Listen, if you can do this jump. No, what? What? He's dumb. Come on, it's not my fault. At least I'm not dying. This is something that I appreciate about this game. Oh my god. No! The first was in 2018? Really? But I think that it became famous with the quarantine. We'll make it, I'm sure. Thank you. Thank you, Arya. Appreciate you for believing in me, Ari. Wait, let me just throw this one a little bit farther away since I jumped very far. Okay. Can someone time out Carlo Costa? Okay. Alright. Thank you, Arya. This is the reason why Arya is here. She loves to do that. Oh! Alright. I swear, if you cannot do... Wait, what? How? Ah, we make it. We made it. Ah. Come on. Jam. He was dancing. What the heck was that? Yeah! No! I pooped my pants. Rising, what the fuck? Rising, what the actual fuck? Thank you for the 500 BDs. Oh, hat! Can I get this hat? No, I cannot get this hat. But holy man. What if I turn this out? Woo! Maybe I wasn't supposed to do it! Maybe no, my bad. Yeah, I should have not. Sorry. And now I know. Now I know. Shit. Now we know. We don't turn off the TV to the grandma, right? We don't turn off. Don't turn you off the TV. No worries. Keep watching it. It's fine. It's fine. You enjoy that. I don't know which way we should go. This way. What? But then we're supposed to go. Which way are we supposed to go? Let's open the fridge, maybe? Oh, I don't know what that is, but I like that. No, that box. I need that box. No, oh, I can climb up. All right. Maybe we can turn it off while she's like not looking or like while hiding. She will never find us, right? Oh. What if we... No. What if we go on this one? Oh, never mind. Turn it off. How can I hide in the oven? Can I? I don't think I can. I can climb up the fridge so she cannot find me, you know? Oh. Holy. Fuck. I jumped! I'm dead. Well, how the fuck? Maybe if we turn it off and on? I think that's an option. Holy fuck. Let's go inside the oven then. Ah, you can see us everywhere. Never mind. How the fuck? We turn it off and on, you think? Off and on. What would be the point of turning it off and on, you know, from turn it back on. Yeah, okay, we cannot turn it back off. We cannot turn it back off. Okay, let's think. Can we open this door? Actually? Oh, no, we cannot. So like she can see us everywhere. We cannot hide unless we go somewhere actually, you know? I feel like there has to be like something because we have to get out, right? We have to go up there, like so then we can. Oh wait! Wait, if we turn that off, she's gonna like look at the other TV. If we wait, let me jump. Hi Hyper, hello. We tried to like climb this one, but then like we don't make it in time when she wait. We cannot get up here in time when she arrives, right? And we cannot jump up there. But that's what I'm saying, like now we climb on the sink, right? So then when she arrives, we just stay in front of her, she just gets looking at that one. Yes, okay, we got it. Oh. Jump! Jump! I'm getting angry. Because like, I know what I have to do, but my finger don't follow. My finger don't follow through. Ah! What a freaking pain. Let's go. -11. How much do we still miss? They're not even reacting anymore. I know. Like, come on, turn on. We know what we have to do. Let's just do it. Okay, we run. Fucking jump! Jump! Okay, no. This is the time. This is the moment. This is the right one. This is the right one. We're gonna make it. We have it. All right, we have it. I'm definitely not better than the others. I'm definitely not. Fuck. Turn on. All right. Let's practice. We go here, we do jump. Oh no, we cannot. Wait, can I jump? Is it here? He's here? No. How the fuck? Wait, let's practice. This is the best thing. Best idea ever. Can you not look at the freaking telecommand, like, remote? Okay, so I don't have to run. So I don't run. Okay, I don't run. Okay. Okay. Maybe we got it. And here we don't run. Here we don't run. Look at the TV. Son of a bitch. Should I get out? Wait. I'm starting to feel very mad. What is that clip? I'm so tired. Old lady. Or maybe should I go out here? Should I go out here maybe? And not in front of like, but no, it has to be like in front of here. It has to be there. Right? It has to be here. And then she's gonna get stuck there. Come on. Okay, now we rest. Go up. Stay in front of the window. It was not. It was not. Maybe I can teleport from. Are you joking? How do I play with? Sorry, I'm. Fucking shit. Can I just touch your TV? No, okay, no. Seven more doubts. Sorry for touching your TV. Come on. So I need to turn this one on. There must be a reason why you can climb the fridge, right? There must be a reason. I know that I have, like, the point is, like, I have to touch her. Wait, can I don't know, can I move you? How do we do this? Like, we need to be able to touch the TV, but we cannot hide anywhere from her. We cannot hide from anywhere from her, right? There's no hiding spot. And we cannot, like, we should not, like, turn off the TV because we need the TV on. Fucking shit. Carlo. What the fuck? Carlo. I do need help. Gabe, can you please tell me, can someone please tell me what do I have to do here? Turn off the TV while you're hidden behind the chair. I tried it. She doesn't care. She still sees me. Okay, this is the time where I allow you to spoil. You can give me spoilers. What the fuck do I have to do? Do I have to turn on the oven? I cannot hide in the oven. Like, look. I tried and she got me when I was here. I'm so confused. Can I turn off the TV from here? Maybe she cannot see me. No. I've never played. How do we do this, chat? This is freaking difficult now. Hey. Jump. Behind the couch? You sure? Oh! Fuck, it was so easy. Fuck, it was so fucking easy. Oh my god, I got stuck for no reason. It was so easy. Thank you, Gaia. It was so easy. You watched a YouTube video? Oh, nice. Thank you for helping me out there. Why would I get so stuck there? More people watching TV. Alright. I'll do the same here, right? So I'll look at that one. Oh, come on. Ah. Bye, I guess. Alright. Hi. Just go. Alright. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Jump, Joe, go back up. What the heck? Okay, we go up. Like us watching the stream. Oh my god. No! Oh! No! No! Stop jumping! Stop! Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I kept jumping. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I knew the first one just because of chat told me about the first. What? No! No! Bro, stay here. Stay here. Stay here with me. No way. No, 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 no. Okay, let's go wait. Let's go wait. Let's go wait. This is fucking triggering. Trigger warning. I'm fucking sorry. What the fuck? I'm not going through the hole. Holy shit. Holy fucking fuck. Can we jump on the door? Can we get on this? No, we cannot get on this one. Do we have to get through the hole? The more I stay, the more they jump? Oh. Just one missing. I don't know where this is gonna take me, but let's do it. Ah! You son of a bitch, I trusted you. This is a lesson, don't trust the TV. Don't trust the TV, kids. Let me push this. Bitch. Okay, I get it. Okay, I think that, yeah, I should have, like, understood that. Like, the TV before... The TV before was actually telling me, like, was a lesson that I should have learned, you know? Okay, wait. Oh, okay, I get it, I get it. Should I open this door? Let whatever there is behind it get out? Okay. Then we run. We go up here. We use this lever. Oh, okay. Then we turn it off. So then we can walk. Ah. Oh, shut up. But I was actually thinking like, oh, what? How, what? Where I left my I don't have an accappatoio. I don't have like a baiting. How do you call it in Italian, in English? A baiting. Baiting trope. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was Dutch. I was so sure it was Dutch. What is this? I think that we need this package, not sure how, nor how, when, or whatever, but I'm gonna bring it. If you already did this game or like you already watched it, how far are we from the... Oh, I have to bring it here. Yeah, but I was also entertaining you. 90% through the game. We could actually make it. Très joli pyjamas, merci. I'm not gonna use this before I use this. Oh wait. No, no, don't touch it. Don't touch the TV. Wait, maybe I was... Wait. Wait, let's jump over here. Is there a TV that I should turn on here? No. Ah! Yeah, I'm thinking about how to use the TV because like yeah, but if I use the TV, I'm just gonna appear back there, you know? I'm just gonna appear. I know the TV is a teleport, but I'm thinking like Kinder. Appreciate you having you here. Wait. So I'm gonna appear back here. But I cannot... First of all, what do we have here? Oh, that's where I came from. No, wait. I remember the other one, so we have to do the same that we did before, right? So we have to... I started and then I get out of it, but then I don't see. Wait, the door downstairs is still open, right? The doors downstairs is still open. Oh my god. Right? What happens if I throw you under? No, I cannot. Do you think that we can go downstairs? We're gonna die, chat. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Okay, no, not like that. Okay. We knew it. We were trying, okay? We were trying stuff. We knew it. I used that to just try something, you know? Try again. Lupus! Come on, Jeff. Get him! Lupus, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Appreciate the friend. I got it! Oh my god, I got it. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh my god, I'm stupid and I got it. Okay. I got it. I'm stupid. Oh my god, it was so much easier than what I thought. Alright. While this one is down, I'll activate it and then I'm gonna in the other one. And then I'm gonna okay, I got it. And then I'm gonna jump over it. Okay. But the door is gonna be closed. But the door is gonna be closed. Let's try it. See? And then I'll go over here. I'll jump. Jump. Alright. What about now? Hold on, what about now? Where are we going? What about now? Where are we going? What? That's it? That's it? What do you mean think? I am thinking. There's a wall on the top floor. Like there is a one top side of the elevator. Yeah. If it's not up, where does it go? Down. Oh wait, okay, so okay, wait. So now I have to turn that thing that is in there again. So I have to go down, right? To go down, I have to go back inside the elevator. To go back inside the elevator, I have to jump out, get on the TV, put my hand there again, and then I'll turn back inside of it. But then once I get back inside of it, I have no way of like opening this door again. I jump, TV, and then how do I get... And then how do I get out again? Oh, and then I take again the TV. Okay, I think I got it. Wait, so if I touch this, I'll go here, right? I'll turn this one down. Then I'll go again on the TV. Touch it. I'll go out again. I'll jump on top of it. Jump on top of it. And then I'll get out here. Let's fucking go. You're coming with me. Come here, Rabbi. Oh my god, this is making my brain work so hard. For no reason, to be fair. Because it's like... Oh, let's move this. Oh my god. It's... This one was very cool. This one was really cool. I was scared of like getting out because I was like, this is everything I did so far. Why should I... Oh no, another jumping contest. No! Oh wait, I can actually just... We already know, but let's see what... Oh wait, okay, maybe it's... No, 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 not to me, not to me, not to me! Not to me! Oh, I was supposed to go back in the bathroom, maybe. But can I jump back up on the... Ow! Oh, thank you so fucking much for the gift. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you so much for that. What was that for? Was that like a way of like telling me I can make it? I trust you. No. Do you think that I can jump back on the butter? Okay, I can do it. I can do it. So when she... Can I turn it off from here? I don't... No! I was not ready. Okay, I'll do it from here. Oh! Die! You die! Okay. Okay, we made it. Bitch. Bam. Appreciate you for that. Oh, we cannot turn on the TV again. How do we do it then? What do we do? Wait, we can walk on the water now. Maybe we can take this out? No. Can we go inside the TV? Seems kind of broken, kinda. What are we doing now? Old lady in the bathroom, dead. Bathtub, empty. Okay. Can we get like something out? Can we get her? Can we steal her? Is there like some place that we could... Oh wait, we can move this one. I'm stupid. Oh my god. Now I'm thinking about like things that are way too complicated compared to what they were at the beginning, you know? You know, I feel like I'm so used to having like complex things that now I don't think about, oh, I can just grab this and just open the door. I'm thinking, oh, there must be like a very difficult way. Oof. I feel like I don't want to go this way. They're not gonna turn around, right? The TV is on. They don't really care about me. What is this thing? Okay. Hat, hat, hat. I knew it. I knew it. Where is the hat? Up here, right? How do I get there? Hat, 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 hat. Where? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I cannot get out. I cannot get out anymore. I'm domed. Above my head. The one that I have on me. What? The dog painting? There's a hat? How is is there a hat? Oh, over the... Okay, I think I see it. I see it now. How do I... How do I get there, though? Where am I? Okay. Huh? Can I go from here? Can I go up here? Can I jump from up here? How do I get that hat? Okay. Oh, we're getting closer. Nope, never mind. Just climb the shelves? I am. Okay. Wait, from here? No! Shit. Hey. It's not even jumping anymore. I'm getting frustrated at the freaking hats. Number of deaths? Yes, I got a lot of deaths, alright. How do I get... Pets are a luxury. I agree. Wait, what if I... There must be an easier way than this one, right? I'm avoiding half of the room. Oh, yeah. Ah. Not everyone can have this hat, but I will have it. I will have it. Don't move. Okay. Okay, we got this hat. We got this hat. Oh my goodness. What is this hat though? Is it... Was it even worth it? That's fine. Thank you. Okay, how do we... I think that... What if we move... Oh no, we have that TV. Okay, we're gonna move the cart in here. It cannot be used only for the hats, right? Shine your shoes, Governor. Governor, may I interest you with some shiny shoes? I will use my bottle of water. Don't mind me. I'm just a poor guy from the suburbs. Now you're part of the Peaky Blinders. Let me pull it because otherwise I'm gonna die. Move it. Move. Enjoy your trip. See you on the other side. Oh, you went way too far. Oh no, you're fine. Okay. And now we jump. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Ole. Oh, ho, ho, ho. So I got so fucking scared. Oh, it's saving. Why are you saving? What? Oh, we have to go up here? No, 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 don't throw the ball. Okay, we go up here. Okay. And now we remove this. No more electricity. Thank you. Oh, we can also go on the floor, but you know. I would say we add one that because we gave you. What do you say? No. No, but that was because of just the hat, you know. That was just because of the hat. Oh wait, I know. Now I moved the cart. Like before, I couldn't move it because of the electricity. Then I turned it back on. But the help was just for this, for the. I tried, as if. Okay, so later we will need to jump. Right, like this. Something. Oh, too much. I mean, we could also like jump from here. Right? Can we? Can we jump? From there? Like. Okay, not like this. But what if it was up? We don't need tricks, she's gonna die. What is this trust? What is this bullshit trust in me? I swear. You see, like, oh no, we cannot. Wait, what if? You see? Jump up. No, we cannot do it like that. Your mods don't trust you, how could we? Oh yeah, you see there's these things that should like show you where you should jump from. Okay, we can do it. We can do it like that. Okay. Let's turn on the electricity. How do we jump? Away though. How do we... Wait, so we get out and... Oh, from there we can jump back. Oh, there. Okay. Got it. I got understood everything. Okay. No! Stupid kid. I swear. Stupid. Stupido. Alright. We jump back up. Better not. We jump back up. We go a little bit out of the window. Just a little bit. Alright. We turn this one up. And then we go this way. Okay. Then from here we did exactly what we did before. So you better do it. Oh my god. Okay. Not from here. The other way. Should we turn it off just for the electricity's sake? Okay. Hey. No. Yo, I'll be back. Bye, Aria. Are we going down here? People still watching the TV, so we should be okay. Right? I mean, we could turn on these ones. Hat. Do we want this hat? No. Hungry. Ah. We have to find a hiding spot. Like, what if it was here, you know? And we... No, okay, they saw me. Run. Oh no, they didn't. Okay. But why did we do that? Why did we do that though? What's the thought behind it? Because we needed... Why did we need this spot free? Oh, because then we can touch it and go back inside. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. Sorry. My bad. Fuck, we're screwed. Fuck, it's another running. Fuck, it's another running. Go. Fuck, it's another running. Holy. Look at the TV. Oh, nice TV. Good TV. He touched it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, can we add... Wait, can I... Maybe I can. Oh, maybe can you? JJ, can you add... Or anyone... add the tag horror or something? And first run? I didn't think about it. Oh, my friend! Let me come! I'm right here! Get out! Yeah, you can. It's a bit late, but still. No! You son of a bitch, I'm coming to get you. Be ready. Yeah. Come. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I should run. Okay, maybe I should run. Okay. Why does it look like a dad? Hold on. Is it like parents telling you to not be on the TV? If I've been out the entire week, this is my resting day. Don't be a pain. Don't be like my parents. My tummy is doing sounds because it's hungry. Okay. I want my friend again. Why are we always saving this freaking friend? Why does it always get... Oh my god. What is this? No, okay, we have to run. Wait, where are we? Oh, okay, I got it. Wait, please, give me this second. It took me a second to understand what I had to do. Give me this second. No. Fuck. Anonymous. I know, thank you so much for giving to myself. I appreciate you. Anonymous, appreciate you. It's just a very critical moment of my life. Wait, jump. Focus. Please take that thing away. Run. Woo! Okay. Up. You couldn't see, I'm sorry. Is it done? No, we still... Holy fuck. It's not done. It's not done yet. Fuck. Holy. Ah! Get up! No! me start from the very beginning, please. Okay, we have to run. Run. 149. 149. Fuck. I'll do my best. I promise. I'll do my best. Come on. Get up. Get. The stress, the anxiety. Stop following me. Why do you hate me so much? What? No! What? What? What was I supposed to do? I am so sorry. Wait, we didn't say more or less, you know? We still need one more dot. Right? Oh my god. Fuck you, stupid. Haha! I am living. I am never coming back. Oh my god. Oh, I. Am I dead? Oh no, okay. What the actual fuck? Wait, is it a game done? No, right? You doubt this is the end, right? I'm following you, friendo. Oh, I'm getting... Yes, I'm coming on the... Oh, I'm not gonna... I need to fight the tall guy, right? I need to fight him. This cannot be the end, right? Is this the end? Is this the... Did we actually get to 150 exactly? What? It is not the end. It is. What? Wait, did we surrender? Did we surrender? No, bro, fight! No, go away! Why are you surrendering? Fight him! Fight him! Alright, we are fighting, okay. Get fucked! Grandpa, this is the new generation. We like TikToks. We watch YouTube. We stay on Twitch. You cannot touch us. Your generation will never understand. We have the power now. We are the generation of the future. You can go dead under the ground. We are gonna decide the trends. We are gonna entertain people. We're not gonna be watching your stupid TV with Michael and Jonah. We possess the entertainment. We're not gonna fall under your TV anymore. We are not only the passive owners of the entertainment, we're also active. We are creating it. So yeah, you better disappear as you are right now. We got against the wrong weird guy from the streets. Yes. We don't care about owning houses as long as we can make TikToks. We don't care about the whole cities falling down, you know? Because we are never gonna own a house. So why should we care? Right? Is this our apartment? So did... Why are we going inside a pink room? What? Yeah! This is for TikTok! Anonymous, thank you for the gift and want the TikTok. They deserve it! Into the pink we go, because you know what else is different from your old generation, Grandpa? Gender. We don't care. I said from the very beginning I was a boy. I gendered myself when I was not supposed to. So now I'm going into a pink room. And also pink is not a gender color. It's just a color. Oh, we're still walking? Okay. Sorry, I don't have... Oh, and finally we're getting through the door. You see? Now we are woke. Now we are woke. Now we are freaking woke. Now we see the real world as it is, with like flying teapots and games. Hell yeah. Hey, oh, bro! Hey, hello? Get me into this door. Same, as long as it's pink. Thank you. Oh, we're still walking? Let's get up first. Still not done? What is the meaning behind these doors? Am I going through the same over and over door? Bruh. I'm gonna get out. What the fuck? Something happened when I walked the other way. You see, it starts to like ramble. Ah, I knew it! We're not following the same... Ah, we're not, okay. I understood. We're not going to the first one. Because we don't believe the first opportunity is in front of us. Fuck, there's so many opportunities. We're gonna go through this one. Okay. The second door gets you to a different place. Okay. Okay. Oh, I follow the music? Oh, like the other one! We follow the music! Okay. Okay. Give me in. Give me in. That is the door, but how do we get in? Holy fuck, it's not done. What about the other doors? Someone was there in the bottom left? Yeah. But now we need to go here. Yo. Hey, yo. Oh, should we still go this way? Maybe. Ah! I understand now. In this door? Yeah. Okay. We keep going. Imagine if I fall here. Not this one. Not this one. No! The door was not even there. Fuck! I'm so sorry for everyone who trusted me. Fuck! Which one is the right door now? Neither of these. It is this one, but how? Fuck, mods. Yeah, pay the points. Pay the points. Shit. Where are we going if we go here? Okay. How many points did you win? Oh my god. How many points did you win? I'm still. L to push. Oh. You got 3.5. Shit, I'm so sorry. I tried my best. I promised I tried my best. Fuck, so close at the end. Don't tell me this is the last door. Fuck is that our friend? Wait, this is our friend. We were looking like this when we start. They were already looking like this when we started. They were already like playing that thing, right? Come with me. Oh, I see the hammer. Should break that thing, right? No more music for you. This is bad for you. You're addicted. Just entertainment. Fake entertainment. You're gonna understand. You will understand. When you will get older, you will understand why I did it. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad, it's all for your good, you know? Did I die again? I got you, Marco. There we go. I did it for you. Where the fuck am I? Where are you? No more jumping! No, I was so close to the end. Fuck. Run. Huh? By the way, you actually made me believe that I was done. I was done running and jumping and all of that shit. I was so not. I was so not. No! Focus. The last time, the last. Wait, run, no, yo. Do not stop at the very beginning. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Go behind the table, So dumb because we did the same thing with them. Oh no, I should have walked. Don't look at here, don't look here. There's nothing happening. Don't worry. No, where is it all? Push it! Where are we supposed to go? Fucking meta. What the actual fuck? Thank you so much for 500 bees. That was so not needed. Do you think that it's gonna move this table sooner or later? No, right? Open the door. Yes. Behind the door, yes. Go check behind the door, yes. Most probably it's behind her. Yeah, go check it out. Bro, we were supposed to be friends. Just because I helped you out to get away from your addiction. Meta, thank you so much for the 500 BDs. Thank you for making me freaking... Oh. Oh, do we have to... Oh, he found another one? Let's see what there is around that can distract them. Oh. Wait, let's take this one. What happens if we go this way? Oh! I see. Oh! No, never mind. I did not see. Did not see. Many, JJ. It's fine. Ooh! Come follow me! No? Alright. How the fuck do I do this? This it's so not done. This is so not done. Wait, what if we jump over here, sing a song and he will run away? Shut up. I don't think that's the proper way to do it. I don't think. If we walk like this, they will not notice us. No. Oh, true! How did I die? I was right there. Oh my god. You're right, Six. So wait, I got you. Oh, I see what I have to do. Okay. No, never mind. Too slow. So I put the axe on the other side. I think that if I put it on the other side, I'm faster. And especially if I have to put it like as close as possible to her. Yeah, never mind. Don't mind me. I'm just enjoying my time. And here's farther away. I have to do it as soon as she moves? Okay. Okay. Closer. Woo! Okay, that's the closest I can go. That's the closest I can go. Okay, so then I go here. Okay, now we have to run again, I guess. Right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Or is it done? 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 For real? No. It cannot be the end. Oh, we have to do it again. Holy shit, we have to do it again. But this is gonna be harder. Alright. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna bring this one closer to her already. Woo! Oh no, okay, that's closer enough. But what if, okay, let's try to go through. Here appears here. Here I appear back there. What if I bring this one as further as possible? Okay, that's too close. Okay, what if then? Wait, can I? If I hold this one and go the other way, can I put it back up? Can I not put it? No, like just drop it down there. Okay, but I can do this. Okay, let's go back in. We leave this one there. Leave it. Okay. We go in this other place. No, I was so close. I was so close. I was so close. Okay. I got it. Okay, let me bring this one a little bit further. No. Just a little bit closer. A little bit. And then we move it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it, you Dumbo. Oh, you leave it where you want to leave it? No, I leave it here. No, it doesn't leave it. Okay, I have to definitely do this. Oh, fuck, I was so close. Okay, I have to keep going. I have to keep going. Oh my god, we are so close. We are so close. Okay. Get wrecked. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so thirsty now. Still didn't have dinner. And I had a very early lunch. Actually, I got multiple lunches. I'm going this way, but I'm not sure if this is... Maybe I should go the other way. Because before we went, right? Oh, again? I'm very hungry. Oh my god, again. Another puzzle. Alright. This time there are still 4 doors. So we have to like have her being like right over there, I think. Let me see. Do they send to the same places? Alright. If I do this and this, okay. But if I... How much can I cannot get close. I cannot get close. I don't understand this. was it. That was it. That was it. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on. No? See me, see me, see me, see me. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. It was so close. The other way is higher. Wait, because she goes there. Should I do the opposite? Should I do the opposite? No, 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 Jake, I'm good, I'm good. I wanna finish this, I wanna finish this. What if I go here? Then I jump over here, and I just grab this. And I cannot. No, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. I know, I know, I know, I know. I think that we almost got it. I think that we almost got it. Just use cheats? No, 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 I like it. I think that we almost... I think that that is the way it has to be, right? Because if I go here and then I go there... That is the farthest of... Yeah, it has to be like this. I just need to be faster, I think. No. She has to see me in the other one. What if I fall back also? Hi, Riki. What if I do this? And then I go down. Oh, okay. Because I want her to go to the ones that it's down, right? So what if I go? And then I go. Is she getting confused as much as I am? No, okay. Fuck! Fuck! Yeah, I think that the deaths don't count anymore. Oh, she can't see me if I stay in the middle. I almost had it. I almost had it. Okay. Do I have to bring her back down again? Jump! Oh, that was so close. That was so fucking close. That was so fucking close. I didn't jump. I didn't. If I jumped at the right time, I would have had it. I would have had it. Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay. Almost got it. Oh my god. Oh, I did not. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. Fuck, 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 Chibi! Chibi! Oh my god.
You live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Chibi, thank you so much for the 14 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Oh my god, I didn't jump. I didn't jump at the right time. Alright, let's do it again. Holy fuck. Oh, what if I did this? Okay. Alright. have the hammer. I don't know if that changes anything. Can I bring it up here? I think that I can bring it up here. All right. I cannot. Oh fuck! I cannot. Wait, I can chop her arm off. Chop her arm off? No, I cannot. Don't hurt bestie. Holy. Okay, let's try. I think that we had it. I think that we almost had it. I just have to be very fast. Come on! Oh, okay, we don't have it. Oh, see, yeah, I see it. I see it. I see. Okay. Oh, she saw me. She saw me. Holy fuck. Thank you, Captain. Come on. No, this way. No! Maybe we actually have to cut her arm. Maybe we actually have to cut her arm. Oh, never mind. Okay, we cut her arm off. We cut her arm off. The axe on the right side, call her and left. Yeah, I know. You're right. Okay. Come on. Get this. And then we bring it down here. Got her so confused. Okay. So. Again. Fuck! Oh my god. We actually made it! Oh my god, we actually made it. Oh my god, we actually made it. That was impossible. That was actually impossible. Stop being addicted to it. Stop being addicted to that freaking thing. You don't need it. Stop. Okay, maybe we should call her. Okay. Not yet. We haven't done it yet. We haven't done our job yet. We have to have our friend that is addicted to the freaking music of TikTok. And the girl dancing and showing the... Stop. Say no. Say no to addiction. Not even if the addiction is TikTok. Oh shit, I missed it. Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh, he's back. Bro. What the heck? You killed me multiple times. We were supposed to be friends. Where I was? Oh, I was going the opposite way. No, keep running. Holy no, this is gonna be a jump one. I can see it already. Holy fuck. Okay. Alright. Oh no. Oh no! And we're dead. Oh, okay. Run. Jump! Okay. We still have possibilities. No! I hate this. Okay, run. Run, my friend. Run! Why is our friend so much better than us? Oh! Sorry if I'm screaming too much. Sorry. Tell me if I should mute a little bit the microphone. It's easy. Just have to copy your friend. Puma. He goes this way, but when I go this way, I freaking die. We're in this together. Thank you, Kev. No! No! Oh my god, I'm dead. I have a dream as a meaning the dream. Fuck. Okay, run. No! Okay. We still can make it. We still have a chance. Just go through. Now we go a little bit on this side. Not too much, but enough to like jump. I don't think that we should go that way. I don't think that we should follow our friend. Right? We're not waiting for our friend. Yeah, I agree with you, folks. I agree. We're not following our friends. Stupid. Come on, jump. Just jump. Just go die. Go die. Woo! No. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about now, Folix. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Let's go. Hey, run! Woo! I'll wait until the end. I'll wait till the end. I'll wait here. Fucking... Let's go! Let's run! I'm so bad at these! Okay, keep running! Keep running! Go! Go! Stay on this side. Fuck your friend. Stupid. Don't trust him. And now we run. Run again. And then we run. We jump! Go! Oh, we keep running? Come on, let's go. Is our friend leaving us behind? Is this shitty friend leaving us behind? Okay, no. Give me up! Give me up! Give me up! No! No! Joking? This is Mufasa 3.0. Bro, I saved you twice. Oh, I'm still alive? Oh, bitch, if I find you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I swear. I've seen nothing yet? What do you mean I've seen nothing? Is there more to see of these? Really, really amazing game. Yeah, I agree. I keep going this way. I don't know if it's the right way to go. Yeah, I think so. Things are appearing. This is why I have trust issues. Where the fuck am I? I hope I got mad and mean and I get to become like the guy with the hat and I kill everyone. What? This is the beginning of a villain. She's the lady? Wait.
Hello, motherfucker.
Carlo, the fuck? Thank you for the 200 biddies, but what the... What the fuck is this? Wait! Is he him? And he was trapping that guy because he's the one that then in the end would betray me and I would know about it. So that is actually me. And I was actually following the me of the future. I didn't want to like kill me. I wanted like to make me stop like from... So that guy knew all along. That's why they trapped him with a ding 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 ding. And it's like, fuck you, stay in the cage. But stupid me came back and they freed that. What? I was the one that didn't like TikTok? Is this a way of saying that in the future I'll be the one that also will not like the new TikTok? Holy fucking fuck. This is like... This is so good. Yeah, but bro, since you know that already it was gonna turn out like that, why don't you just, you know, put like a little sign saying, "Hey, this is me from the future. I am trapped in this." His name is John C. Fuck! Meta! What the fuck? I thought something was going to show up. I thought something was going to show up there, like, bah, you know? Meta, thank you for the 100 biddies. Not needed, especially now because I forgot that I had those sound alerts on. Fuck! It was John Cena. Fuck! Fuck, this game was good. Claps in chat for the authors of this. Holy shit. GG to them. How? Oh, Bruno! Thank you so much for the raid. Hi! Hi, Julie! Hi! Hello! Oi! Eu não falo português, mas eu gosto do Carnaval do Brasil. And eu gosto Bruno. Thais. So if you're looking for someone to practice your Portuguese and you want very chilled vibes, please go join Bruno. Hi! She dropped you because she saw you were the hat guy who what? Hi, chickens! Hello! Thank you so much for being here. Hi, chickens! We were having like a chill Saturday. What were you up to? Holy fucking fuck. Holy fucking fuck. Life is Strange? I've never played Life is Strange. How is that? This was really good. Oh, gameplay? Oh my god, you're so sweet. I do not do yoga, baby. I'm sorry if you were looking for that. Life is Strange, I would love it. You were reading? Nice. Life is Strange is a good one. Where do I find it? Do I find it on Steam? Not for today. For like, how do I get out of this game? I can never get out of the game unless like... Oh, I have to get to the end of the things. Life is Strange is good? I never tried. Like, what is it about? It's basically you playing inside a teen drama. Really? I should play It Takes Two with Ank. I tried to play like It Takes Two in the past. I love it. I got to halfway, I think. I would love to play it live with someone else, but at the same time, if whoever I play it with, people are gonna ship me. And I don't want to be shipped with anyone, so that's why... It's a choice-based game. Really? What does a choice-based game mean? Detroit Become Human. No, I've never. It could to bring the chant in life. What is the chant? I found it on the internet, Carlo. Really? That sounds so fucking interesting. You're too anxious. I feel like I would also feel anxious with that. Oh, for the new raiders, by the way. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm G. Usually I work too on during the week, and the weekend we play games or like we have interviews. Next weekend we're gonna have Gadget, who is deaf, and he's gonna teach us how to like they're gonna teach us the language sign. Really cool. Be cool because chat will keep you choosing. Would help you choose. Could help you choosing. We could do that. I think that would be really, really interesting. Wait, it doesn't... It's not ending yet? I thought I got through all the... There is the screen with all the things that keep going. I thought I done them yet already. Additional testing. I'm trying to get to the end so then we can... I think end? Let it play, the music is good. Yeah. So wait, oh, with multiple finales, so I don't feel, because I feel like I would feel, as you saw me during this game, right? Every time I was like, I wanted to turn right, and then I wanted to turn left, I wanted to see where should I go first, and then what if I miss out something? I can check it out. Xbox 360, I don't have a console. I don't have any console. I do have, wait, you see that it's going again. I think that I can Alt F it. I'm just gonna Alt F Nightmares. On Steam? Alright. It's on Steam? Alright, by the way! Hello? We made a entire gameplay through freaking Little Nightmares in one day. Loved it. Wait, so you said Life is Strange? Oh, I have to go to the store. Life, not the wish list, but just the featured. Life is Strange. Oh, there. Oh, one is free. Episode 1 is free. Episode 1 is free. The first episode is free. Okay. Life is Strange True Colors. Oh, 59. 15. Wait, also episode 2 is Life is Strange 2. Oh, you know what I also would love to play? Unpack. Oh, you don't like the newest one? We are gonna figure it out together, I think. We can play it together. We can... No, the chant doesn't work again.
Zuckerberg and Gates
Lucky
and
man.
Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Listen to me, you just have to play Life is Strange. Why? Okay, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you for the friend.
Hi Gistmal.
There is Kinguin, or the other site for games that will have 50-60%. It's sort of illegal. A bunch of other good ones. The Heavy Rain. I like the fact that we can do it together, you know? Thank you, JJ. I like the idea of like playing together. That's what I like the most. I like that we can have the choices all together. It's not just me playing, you know? I think that was the best part of it. I'm a bit dead. One's in a game where you can ask chat what to do. A lot of ethical dilemmas. I love that. I love that. The reason why I liked unpacking is because like I like the idea also of like going through, like I know that there's not just unpacking, you know, it's more about like doing things and like things that are happening through the story, and I like that so much. I think that would have been so cool. Become Human actually has a Twitch integration where you can make chat vote on your choices. I think that I saw it, isn't it? I think that I saw someone playing that, isn't it? Like you can have like the chat choose for you. Alright. Okay. Next game that I want to try, it's definitely Overwatch also. Like I feel like these ones are good for like the evenings, and in the next weeks we're gonna play some games together. Because usually what I do on the weekends is, as I told you, usually during the weekends I go around. I decided to do the earless, but because of like I was telling you, the family situation that I'm having currently, I rather not go away too much or that often. So we can do this if you like it too. Right? We can go through an entire game. Would you like this? This is nice. I think this is comfy, for sure comfy. Theoretically fun, I'm still easy to get tilted. Why? You really like Overwatch? You do? You do? Xensho, I said that we're gonna be doing more gameplay here. You liked it? I'm happy you liked it. Cav, I stream almost every day. Usually I have Friday as my day off. But since it's been like off during these days because I was away for like the 2-year celebration. I went to Sign of Geneva and all of that. I'm streaming also today and tomorrow. It's easy to get tilted. Oh, Overwatch? Oh yeah. Yeah. And so then I played the new one. Oh really? Story-driven game. I like this story-driven game when it's like, I feel like, okay, they would be good to stream because you're there, like you're like you watch it with other people, you comment on that, and you have enough time to to talk about it. But if I was playing it alone, I would get so like, keep going. I wanna get to the thing. I wanna play. Keep going. Go on. Move. You know. Overwatch is not a game. Yeah, maybe not. You're right, Kodpa. Maybe I feel like maybe we'll be better with something like this, right? We will be better with games like Little Nightmare. What do you think? If you have other games that are similar to this, like Rayman or I don't know, Rayman was like very old, like it's an old memory of mine. That's why I think about it. But like Rayman or anything that is similar to this one, let me know. For sure we can play more things. You can do something on Discord to suggest games. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Do I have Elgato? I have a Stream Deck by Elgato and a Cam Link. Play Alien. Oh my god, I'm gonna get so fucking scared with Alien. I'm gonna get so scared. Life is strange. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play it. Wait, let me do. Oh, it's so sweet. Let me do this. I have like, so you know that I'm doing a vlog. I'm doing like a vlog of like how, like a relatable day, like a normal day in my life, and I'm not being like, oh my god, I wake up at 5 a.m. and I do a skincare routine, and then I do that, and then I blah blah blah, and then I go back, and I do this. So I'm just, you're gonna most probably see, you're gonna most probably see me doing this in the next days. No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing it more like, I wake up in the morning, I snooze the alarm, and I keep sleeping. And then I put another alarm, and then I go back sleeping. And then I wake up, have breakfast, and I go back sleeping. Actually, your viewer comes from 42 different countries! Really? Treasure, what the fuck? That's amazing. I think that was mostly because of like Prono. If you're coming here from Prono, I appreciate you very, very much also for supporting her through her, you know, her things. Yeah, we finished Little Nightmares. Inside or Limbo. I've never tried them, Mario. I never. How is it? Are they good? Are they any good? And then I go live late. I guess you prefer everyone to speak only English, right? No, it's not like I prefer. I don't care if you speak English or if you speak Italian, because I do understand it. The only thing, Sandra, is like there's people in chat that don't understand you and they will feel like left out. That's the only thing. Last day of June. Oh my god, my tummy is screaming for food. Very, very much. I'm gonna soon let you go. They have beautiful story like Little Nightmares. Okay, I like the ones where you don't understand what is happening. I love the ones where you don't understand what is happening. And well, I loved it. To be honest. Hold on, it's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. I was thinking it's fine. It must be 8 p.m. I'm just gonna have a normal a dinner, and then I'm gonna chill, play some games. It's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. I have to walk Floyd. That's my most important thing to do. Fuck. Yeah, almost. Oh yeah, right. You're not Pagano. Not really. Almost, but sure. Okay. I put dog on a treadmill? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm gonna put the dog on a treadmill. Alright, I am... Alright. Chad, I'm gonna take the rest of the night. I'm sending you to someone. He's Italian. He's Italian. But I generally appreciate him as a person. He's like the streamer in Italy for me. Short stream. He's perfectly fluent in English, so you can ask him whatever. We're gonna go to Powerone Nazionale. You already know how much I appreciate him as a content creator. So be nice. He's playing Overwatch. His title is in English. He plays for Fnatic. Just show, please, be nice, be nice. Thank you so much for being here today. I generally so fucking appreciate you for staying here when I play games. You know that I struggle also with that. I struggle when I do streaming of where I talk. Streaming where I don't I appreciate you so much for being here. His Adidas ambassador, he's everything. He's, oh my god, amazing. Be nice, everyone, alright? Hi, Jimmy. Take care of yourself, okay? Drink as much, not as much water as you can, but drink enough water for yourself, okay? Be good, everyone. Be good.